Let's just close our eyes and take a few deep breaths. Breathing into our heart space, establishing a heart-brain coherent field. By simply breathing into the heart, just like with the sensei eye. So that our heart and our mind can co-create in coherence and balance. Now focusing on our feet and growing our roots. Our roots of light deep down into the core of earth. Growing deep and strong roots vertically and horizontally in through and around the earth. Wrapping our roots around the core of the earth. And just breathing in all that blessed life force energy of Mother Earth into our bodies through the roots. Breathing it into our hearts. Connecting the heart of the earth, the core of the earth with our heart. So we're not only in heart-brain coherence within ourselves, but also with the earth. So keep breathing in the energy of Mother Gaia into your heart. And when you exhale, release it into your entire auric field and your body and let it fill you and charge you and nourish you. And see how it expands your own vessel, your own capacity, your own field, your own aura. Expanding your heart-brain coherent field, expanding your heart field. And with the next breath in, and the next breath out, we are growing our connection to the central sun through our crown. And just visualizing a golden light shooting out from our crown all the way up into the great sun. And connecting with the source energy of the great sun through our crown. So now we are both connected with the Earth center and the Great Sun Center. And we are inhaling both now from the heavens and from the earth into our heart space. Exhaling it through our heart space, expanding our vessel, expanding our capacity to hold, to live our highest timeline, our highest destiny. To live embodied as our highest selves on this earth plane, bridging heaven and earth, in, through, and around our human vessel. And we do this exercise to align with the coherence, to align with the balance, to align heart and brain, to align heaven and earth through us, so that we can live our highest destiny, hold our highest destiny, and be of greatest service with grace and ease from a very coherent, balanced place. And that to me represents the energies of the new earth. Taking 3 more deep breaths, collecting the blessings from the heaven and from the earth into your heart. And with this, we also prepared our vessel for the highest divine light energy presence to work through us and to co-create with us. Thank you. And you can open your eyes in your own time. Fully present, back in our bodies, here and now.
Thank you. Okay. So, from last week, I was telling you that you had come in with the offer, and we did that. We worked on the last 2 live streams, and that's great. We have the outline. We already know the offer for life purpose. So in order for us to successfully navigate and complete today's live stream, just to make sure did you do the homework from last week, right?
I did.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. She actually did it this time. Good. So today what has to ship is, and it's going to be a lot of on Notion. So as you know, I've been building out this brand operating system. And the purpose of this brand operating system is, okay, let me just show you. Let me just show you here.
On the screen?
Yeah. So you can tilt the screen towards you.
Can you still see okay?
Yep. Okay. Wonderful. So let's zoom this in here. Can you see the text okay?
Yeah.
All right. So to understand what we're doing here, I have been building out a brand operating system. And this operating system, when it comes to systems in general, what I know about systems is that if there's the big system, there's a primary system and then there's secondary systems. This is technically a secondary system because it's supposed to feed into a much bigger whole, a bigger part. So the idea is that we have to pick it apart. We have to pick apart a specific system that it could be causing friction in our lives, identify it, build it, put it back into the whole, and measure and gauge how that affects or improves the entire system. If you think about a business has to run on a system. So does your life. Your life and the direction of your life is comprised of a series of systems, whether you are aware or unaware of it, and that dictates the quality of your life. The system of your life is dependent on your habits, your thoughts, your words, your actions, so on and so forth. So if the quality of your life is not good or is not the way that you want it to be, treating it as a system and picking apart the little systems in the system that makes up your life, if you improve one part, one system, that technically would improve your overall life. And so far as I've been doing this over the last since September 2024, I've seen that working on this life operating system has changed my life. It has, especially as I picked apart like the deep work and the emotional work and the inner work, whatever. So this is the same concept here. The brand operating system is a system. It's a secondary system. It's a subsystem that feeds into the larger part. Okay. And I told you I was going to give you your own life operating system. It still has taken me some time to get to it, but we should be able to get you your own copy of your own life operating system if you want to. And you can create your own systems. I have like a certain set of default systems that I think are essential to, improving the quality of your life. And I've been creating that over the last however many months since September 2024. The brand operating system is an operating system that is meant to, what's the word I'm saying? Like, the brand operating system is an operating system that is meant to assist and support you in producing content so that way you can highlight your brand, whether it's a personal brand or whether it's a brand of something else or a brand of a business. So it can tie into LifeOS, it can tie into a business operating system. It doesn't matter. The idea here, though, is at layer 1, and I'm going to open up each database because we're going to go through the homework bit by bit, is these are what are called databases, and they basically store information, okay? Now, the way that I have it set up is that I have information stored in each database for the purposes of training what's called an agent. Okay. An agent, think of an agent as a human. An agent, in this regard, though, as we know with AI, does not ever get tired, can do a task whenever you tell it to, and it will do it with no grammatical mistakes. It'll just do it, but you have to give it thorough instructions. So I have trained an agent and I have given it instructions, okay, that when it is working, the agent will take that information and output new information in a specific database. So I have agents in different databases that are responsible for different things. And these are called specialist agents. Specialist agents are agents that exist for the sole purposes of doing one thing incredibly well. So, for example, let's pull up this agent right here, the brand cohort agent. Okay. So I'm going to run this agent. And there are instructions here. It's too long to read to really understand the gist of it, but I'm gonna explain this because we're gonna go to the homework, okay? And why I had you do the homework that you did, okay? Because I think it's important to understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, so that you can understand how important the homework is that you do. It's not just for me to tell you, oh, just do this, and then there's no reason for it. There's an absolute reason for it.
Because you're doing the other part.
Exactly. So when I ask you, hey, do the homework, it's because I have to do all this stuff on the back end, and that's what you see me doing in the live stream. When I do my own personal live stream, this is the stuff that I'm doing behind the scenes, so that by the time we meet up every Sunday, I hopefully have something meaningful to contribute to the conversation, to be of service to you here. So while that agent is running and it's doing its work, we're going to go into here, okay? So the idea behind this is that we have a database that stores information, okay? Every database stores information. And every database that is core and central to being updated as a specific cadence will have an agent, okay? For every single database that I will have what's called working procedures and prompts, and I will use AI as an assistant to help me accelerate the development and the production of such information. Because what happens is AI is smart enough to take a certain amount of context and convert that into something meaningful. However, if you don't give it enough context, it's stupid. If you give it too much context, it's stupid. So it's like the metaphor with the porridge. You know, there's the porridge that's too hot, too cold, and there's a porridge that's just right. So figuring out the balance in this regard takes time. It takes testing and all this stuff. However, moving on, what we do from here is we identify what is the goal of the brand, okay? So I have here my own personal brand, okay? You have here the life purpose of. You can convert to your own personal brand, or we can have another line called Hema Almond, and that could be your personal brand. It really doesn't matter. None of that really matters. Hold on a second. That's the wrong one. I've got to change the relation here. Okay, let's see where we're at with the agent. Okay, good. So right now, what just happened was that this agent ran these instructions and the agent executed these instructions for me. And it outputs this, okay? This is what we always want, okay? We want to know that the agent took what we had from a specific layer of the brand operating system and output the right information to have the right context. Okay. And that's what the agent just returned. All this information has now been filled in. Okay. And this will be very apparent here in this database right here. Okay. So as we can see, this agent triggered today is April 12th, Sunday, 8:22. It just triggered in the last 4 minutes. Okay. That's what we want. And this agent has now output the following information for us. Okay. This is a cohort agent. So as we have read the Gary Vee book on day trading attention, the whole objective and the purpose of a cohort is to identify different target audiences that we can that we resonate with based on our interests, based on what we know, what we can offer to them, that is in resonance and that could potentially resonate with that audience. Okay. And so this cohort agent did just that for us. This cohort agent did exactly that. Okay. So it identified the cohort based on the information from our layer one, based on the brand, based on the cohort segment, based on the target generation, based on the age range, the target country, the target location, the target gender, based on the target platforms that gender or that generation or that cohort would be in, demographically speaking. And now we go into the psychographics. So when we talk about cohorts, we talk about demographics and psychographics. At least that's how I understand it to be. I'm not a marketing expert, so don't quote me on that. But from what I understand and what I researched is that there's two primary categories to develop a cohort. You have psychographic information and then you have demographic information. Psychographic information is like, what are the problems of that particular customer or, that person that we're trying to reach and provide value to them with? What's their pain, what's their desire, etc. So that's all psychological. Okay, that's emotional, psychological stuff. Like, how can we speak to them so that way they know that we know how to resonate with them. Then we have demographic, which is, these are hypotheticals. Okay, we want to go for the age range of 38 to 45, target country, Germany, Berlin, male, and these are the potential platforms that they could be on. Okay, so that's demographic. We've also included the PAC, platform and culture. So we know that there are different social media channels, and we also know, what is it that we need to understand how to reach those cohorts through those platforms. Okay. Then we've got, more psychographic information like surface problem, core, deep wound, desire transformation, emotional start, emotional end state, main content hooks, okay, language that they use, their pain, their desire, the content that I can give, the evidence, the priority, and then what phase are we in with the development of this? So in the day trading book with Gary Vaynerchuk, what did he say? He said that before you create any content, develop your cohorts, right? Develop your cohorts. Why? Because if you create content without understanding who your customer base is and who you're trying to reach, number one, I would imagine that because content is tailored to humans, right? You want to create content for humans because that's who's consuming the content. Number one, it falls flat. It doesn't speak to them. They don't click. If they don't click, if they don't watch, if the retention is low, what's going to happen? The algorithms of the social media platforms, they're going to identify that as, okay, this person is not interested in this content. Is there another demographic? Is there another person that's kind of interested in this? Okay, no. Okay, no. And then eventually what's going to happen is it stops getting the reach. It falls flat. That means your time, your energy, your money, everything, you just wasted that, right? Especially if you don't know who your cohort is and who you're speaking to. Okay?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So with what you have created, are you implementing the strategies and tips from the book that we read with Gary Vee?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So basically what I'm taking is the framework. Okay. And what I did was I took the entire book. I stored the entire book, the transcript of the entire book on Notion. And what I did was I used ChatGPT and I used Notion to scrape, okay, to basically pick it apart. So again, ChatGPT can read a book in seconds. It takes us days. Sometimes, it can take up to a couple of weeks. And AI does it in seconds. So what we do is we take the entire transcript of the book, we feed it to AI, we have it take those principles, and we basically reapply those principles in a framework to create a system. Okay, and that's what I did. So yes, everything here that you see here, this is Gary Vee stuff. Now, but Gary Vee content is only layer 3 because that's more execution based. Prior to that, we have different layers. So this information is more like layer 3. This is when you're getting really downstream and you're ready to actually produce content. Before that, which is what we're going to work on right now, is the layer 1 and the layer 2 aspect of it. Layer 1 is the stuff that we want to know about you, the brand. So whether it's a personal brand, whether it's a business brand, it doesn't matter. We want to know about the brand. The brand is a catch-all term for an entity. Okay. So it could be lifepurpose.com is a brand and it's acting as its own entity. We have Ham Almond as a brand, whether it's a personal brand or just a brand, doesn't matter. It's acting as its own entity. So getting back to this now, this is why we have this. So we have a brand hub, and this brand hub basically catalogs all the brands that exist that someone is managing under a system. So for me, there's my personal brand, right? So there's the brand type. And then there's you, right? As the life purpose of, or Hem Almond, whatever you want to do. And then as we move down into the About Me library, okay? So I want you to do me a favor, please, and read this.
Purpose, index, lightweight, about me, identity signals so they can be turned into reusable hooks and talking points.
Exactly. So what that basically means is that we want to get as clear of an understanding of who you are, the brand. Okay. So if you look at my content over here, I have the About Me. I have 106 items. I have the About Me, the linked brand, why it matters, content angles, the type. Okay, so we're going to be working on this today. So we're going to identify your brand's interests, learning, what you're learning, your lived experience, your perspective, your proven skills, etc. And this is basically it. This is basically this database. Okay. So I've got a whole bunch of information here. Like I'm building vision-led businesses. I'm learning how to explain purpose, alignment, and inner resistance. I'm learning how to storytell, nervous system regulation, proven skills. Okay. Reflecting on process and mistakes, studying and applying high performance principles, et cetera, et cetera. Then we go down to what I can help with. Then we move on to what I want to be known for. Okay, I don't know why I didn't pull that up. Hold on a second. Okay. Then we move on to what I want to be known for. Okay. So let's read that.
Track the core keywords and topics you want the brand to be known for. So content and research stay strategically aligned.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what that means is what you want to be known for is like when someone thinks of you, what do they think of you? Right? What are they saying? Oh, that guy is good for fill in the blank. And so for me, these are the things that I realized I want to be known for. Helping people fulfill their purpose, dharma in life, EFT tapping, emotional regulation, nervous system regulation, belief reprogramming, systems thinking, life OS, deep work, practical spirituality, God, faith, love, healing, etc., building scalable systems. So these are all the things that I would like to be known for. Okay. These are all the things I would like to be known for. Then we move on to what I can help with. Okay, now, if you could please read that.
Purpose. Track the core needs and pains that this system can solve. Capturing surface symptoms, root causes, emotional drivers, and importance so they can be prioritized and turned into clear offers and content angles.
Okay. So remember how the last 2 live streams you talked about we need to work on the offer. Yes, that's important to a point. However, that moves in a certain sequence. Okay. So the way that my brain works is that I see it as a factory, right? So, if you think about a factory moves down like a conveyor belt. And if you ever watch like how things are made in a factory, you'll see that there are certain workers stationed at certain points. Mm-hmm. And then there's a whole bunch of machinery. And the job of that machinery is to do literally just one thing over and over and over and over again. Mm. And so when I set up this database, that's exactly how I set it up. Okay. So when I set up the system, the entire brand operating system, I set it up in that way. So there's just one thing. This database is good for just doing one thing. Mm-hmm. Over and over and over again. And when we create an agent for this database, it's supposed to do one thing over and over and over again, but it does it very well. That's the whole idea behind having a specialist agent. And then we have orchestrator agents, which eventually basically manage all the specialist agents like a manager. Mm-hmm. And then we have a meta agent, which is basically like an AI chief of staff. Mm-hmm. Okay. So here we have the what I can help with. And just to give you an idea, here's what I can help with, right? So feeling disconnected from peace, feeling emotionally reactive. And these are the things that I can help with. And there's different items here. I'm just reading this over very quickly so that we can get to you and what you want to do. After this, we move on to outcomes. So if you could.
Track the core benefits and outcomes your audience wants. So you can position offers and write promise language that describes what better looks like in clear, verifiable terms.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so to understand this, here's what we can help with. And here are the outcomes we can help with, right? Maybe this gets deprecated in the future. Maybe it's a match. But either which way, we want to know that this is what we can help people with. This is how we can support them on their mission. So we can help them feel, I'm not going to be able to help someone achieve greater inner peace. That's not me, right? So I would have to delete that. Stronger felt sense of oneness. I cannot promise that, so I can delete that. Maybe that's something for Hama Almond, stronger sense of oneness. Maybe that's something for Hama Almond or the life purpose of, I cannot. But that's what I'm saying. That's what we have to go through these, and we have to understand what it is that we can honestly and authentically generate as a response. Now, of course, some people start businesses and they know nothing about the business. And what they do is they hire employees. That's great if you have the cash flow and you have the capital for all that stuff, and you are from that lens of being an entrepreneur. I'm not that from that lens of being an entrepreneur. And if I was, again, I would need a significant, cash flow and the right team and et cetera to do that. So I'm coming from the perspective of if that's not the case, you're going to have to be able to deliver that through your messaging, through your content, through your brand. Now we get to the offerings. Okay. So please.
Track the canonical set of offers, lead magnets and products, so BrandOS content points to a real offer with consistent positioning, funnel placement, and a single primary call to action route.
Mm-hmm. So the offering, we've been working on this and we have come up with different options here, right? And the offering that we came up with last time is if we have a website, remember that the whole idea behind what we want to do with content is the following. Let's pull this up. Name 3 social media accounts that you have.
Facebook, TikTok, Instagram.
Cool. Okay. So Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, these are all considered social media, right? Yes. Okay. Now, do you own these?
No.
Okay, great. So we never want to treat this as the gospel because this can go down at any moment. Your account you can be deplatformed at any moment, right? So these are not assets, okay? So these platforms are not our assets because they can go down at any moment. So we have to also think about this, from the long term. Because we don't own Facebook, we don't own TikTok, we don't own Instagram, we have rented space. We're renting. Right? And just like we've seen here, when you're renting, the landlord can do whatever they want, right? The landlord doesn't care. The landlord just cares, are you paying me what I need? And that's the same concept here. The landlords of social media just care, are you producing content that ultimately pays us and puts money in our pocket? That's why Facebook is worth more than, billions of dollars. That's why YouTube has a valuation of $500 billion. That's $500 billion. $500 billion. Okay. So we know at this stage that we cannot treat social media as a long-term asset. It's not that. What it is it's a distribution channel. Okay? This is where we have to change our mindset and say, I don't care about being a social media influencer. I don't care about any of that. I care about running an actual business so that I can do what I have to do. And in order for us to think that way, we have to think, okay, what do these social media platforms want? How do I give them what they want? And how do I give the people what they want? How do I get what I want? Okay? How do I get what I want in return? We need to understand that social media is about attention, keeping people on those platforms as much as possible. Our content gets distributed if we have good content. And we need to see the relationship between us and social media platforms as a business, okay? Not as I am at the whim and mercy of the social media platforms. Their game is attention because they make money off of ads. And now they're also rolling out those little verified badges as subscriptions So like X is already doing this where they have a like a 44 euro a month subscription to basically have that little checkbox thing and then to have certain features. Same thing with Instagram, I think, where you have that blue checkbox, the verified badge. So they're monetizing it in different ways. So ads, the checkbox things, subscriptions, whatever. Now, moving on from there is if we know that the name of the game is attention, if we create content at scale on these platforms, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is they're going to distribute our content to more people. Okay. So that's how you were able to get that 27,000 view on your TikTok. And then all of a sudden you went from like less than 10 followers to now over 500 or something like this, right? Okay. But now you hit what's called the decay curve. So you got a whole bunch of reach, but then that reach all of a sudden plummeted down, right? And now you're getting no more reach. So our job is to continue to create content over and over and over and over again that speaks to our audience, that gets them interested to figure out who we are, so that way they can all click on the link in the bio, so that they can all move down to what? To an actual asset that we actually own. And the only asset that we actually own in the digital space at this time is email. Okay? So this is the funnel, basically. The funnel is drive attention, drive people from social media or YouTube or whatever, search engines, drive them to the email because the email is the asset. And last week we talked about the workshops to be the lead magnet that captures that attention. Okay. The workshops. Okay. So having really high quality workshops that we do, either once a month, once a quarter, or whenever is designated. We have obviously already now the 3-day outline. We already know that that's fine. And we can outline the rest with ChatGPT. And as long as we have that basic container, right? We've set up the space, the container, you can just, figure out how you want to color that experience. However you want to do it, you can gauge how the audience works and how the audience feels, and you can tailor your message accordingly, right? So that's where the intuition stuff comes in. But otherwise, it's a 3-day experience. It's live, it's online.
Or maybe even 2.
Yeah, 2 or 3 day. It doesn't matter. But that's just the idea. Okay. So we have to drive them to the workshop. And then we know that from the workshop, we drive them to what? We drive them to the offer. Okay. Now, that's the funnel. Okay. Do we see how that now forms, right? That's how the funnel now forms.
That looks like a birthing canal.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Because you're birthing it, right?
Oh, interesting.
Right. You're birthing the offer. There you go.
Oh, interesting.
Anything you want to share on that?
No, I really see that I really see this like a womb because you're birthing. What is the intention with an offer? The intention of an offer is to birth something new, is to give a being, a life form, a transformation, an upgrade. So you move them down, and then if you scroll down to the offer, that's where it ends. But what comes out of there is a new life.
Oh wow, that's a very good point.
So the offer is like the part where you enter into a whole new reality.
Right.
So while people are still in the womb, they're still like transforming and morphing, but eventually you want to release them out into their own lives as transformed, empowered people.
Right. That's a great point.
And that's how I see this right now.
That's a great point. That's a very great point.
And it's so interesting that we are creating this while I'm pregnant.
Yeah, because now you see it from a different lens.
Yeah, I do.
You see it completely differently. So that's great. So you notice that, right? So we take people from here, from these platforms that we have, right, that we're renting attention on. Okay. We create good content for those platforms. People watch. The social media companies make money off of ads, and enough people eventually will see our content. They will get curious and be like, oh, who is this person? They will look at the link. They will go to the link in the bio. They'll then go into here. Okay. But again, we have to expect that there's going to be drop off. Okay. So let's say if we have, 100,000 views per month to our content, we can expect maybe 1% to convert to go to the actual link in bio. These are just hypothetical. The numbers may actually be pretty close. Because again, I know that conversion rates for social media are very low, but either which way, just think about this: 100,000 views, 1% click on the link, then 1% actually go to the email and they sign up for the email. 1% then do the actual workshop here, and then 1% actually do the offer. Okay. That's why the more views you get, the more people you have to the email list, the better the conversion. So we would ideally like to see something like we have 100,000 or like 10,000 people to the email. Okay. Because from there you get 1% conversion to the workshop. From there you get 1% conversion to the offer. And then you get a whole bunch of people transformed. Okay. That's the idea. So if we think about that for a second, we just have to think, okay, then the idea is we want to be able to speak to the right people, because otherwise, if we're not speaking to the right people and a whole bunch of people that are not aligned to us come to the thing and they're not aligned, it's not going to work. Okay. That's why we have to do this, right? Or that's why I'm choosing to do it this way. So this is the funnel. Okay. This is the funnel. They go through this experience. They're on the Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. They scroll. They figure out, okay, we have a link over here. Because they click on the profile. Then they go to the email, which is the asset. That's the only asset that we actually have. Okay. That's the only asset right here. Okay. From there, we have the workshop. From there, we have the offer. From there, we give them the transformation. Okay. So that's when they enroll. Okay. That's when they enroll into the offer. So having said that, now let's get back over here. So that's where we have translated that into this. Okay. That's where that translates into this. So what we just diagrammed, or we just illustrated right here with this funnel, this is now translated here. We have the lifepurpose.com weekend, which is a 2 or 3 day live stream event. It's free, but it's for the purposes of getting people into that email newsletter. And we basically base it off of what we can offer them. We've already talked about this. Here's the promise. In 3 days, move from here to that. And here's the offer description. Okay. And this is potentially the when, from, and these are the times, and we do what exactly. And then this is the outcome of it. Okay. And we've also outlined as well just the raw concept. This is essentially just the raw concept. And this is what we figure out. And this is what we outlined last time. Okay. So that's that. Then we have here that lifepurpose.com hot seat thing. We've already determined, hey, you know what? There is no need to have a circle group. There is no need to have extra tools or platforms. If, that person, Danny, was able to have a small email following, but a good, strong email following that's targeted and aligned, and she was able to distribute the content or just the emails. She has less than 200 YouTube subscribers. She had the targeting, and she has no circle group. She has no WhatsApp. She has no Telegram. Yet she was able to generate a 6-figure income, having a 2-hour a week live stream event for 9 months.
Plus personal mentoring. And
as an add-on, personal mentoring as an add-on. So she could have just been making 6 figures alone off of the group stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay. So there you go. There's your answer right there. So she could have been making 6 figures alone just off of the group stuff. And bringing that up because, again, getting back to this, that's the offering, right? So this is the offering database. That's the whole purpose of the offering database, okay? This is where we chronicle and we list out what are potential offerings that we can provide and what are the things that are just ideas, okay? So that's where we are with this. And this is what we have for the life purpose of, okay? These are the things that are more bookmarked. So these are the things that are most of value. So I'm going to actually create another view here. And we're going to filter this so that we only see what's checked. And that's it. So these are basically the two. This is it. So if we think about the funnel idea that we just had right here, okay, the workshop to the offer, the workshop to the offer. Okay. Now moving on, offer destination. Please read.
Store the canonical set. That's such a funny word. Store the canonical set of call to action destinations. So every call to action routes attention to a specific reusable endpoint with a stable URL instead of a vague or duplicated links.
Good. So the actual translation to that is this. Here's the actual translation to that. We have the destination ID, the linked brand, the offer, the destination type, the URL. Okay, so where does the URL point to? If I click on this one, it points me to the website, which should be loading up here.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, right? Simple. And then we have here, lifepurpose.com. And this is where we have your content. Okay. So we already know, we go to podcast. Here's what we got here. And you can click on these items right here. Search, join, so on and so forth. Okay. Okay. So having said that, these are top of funnel and the very simple database.
That's what tofu means.
Yeah. Top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel. Top, middle, bottom of funnel. The newsletter sign up stuff is top of funnel. Okay. The offerings are more bottom of funnel. Okay. But the idea here is that we can have different landing pages. That would be a little bit more advanced in the future. For right now, we just keep it really simple. Just make really great content. It's just really that simple. Make really great content that provides value to people, that people want to consume. And I believe that people will naturally just want to figure out who you are and what you have to offer. And I think people are smart enough in today's day and age with the internet to be like, okay, someone is probably not going to be doing just social media just for free. There's got to be something that they do here to do that.
Yeah.
Let's figure out what they have to offer.
Yeah, for sure. And when people are interested in your free content, they naturally want to explore what you are offering. At least that has been the case for me.
Yeah, exactly. So, the marketing will take care of itself. Just put out really good content that people care about. And that's pretty much the idea. And that's the thing though. In order to put out really great content consistently all the time, you have to put out really great content consistently all the time.
Yeah.
Which means there are certain aspects that need to be automated as much as possible.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I was just wondering.
There needs to be certain pieces that are automated as much as possible. And these are those pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we don't want to waste time thinking, oh, okay, I just made one piece of content. I just made a long form video, 20 something minutes. Now what's the next piece? That's going to burn you out over time because you're constantly going to be thinking, you're constantly going to be using your resources, your inner resources to think about something, versus if we just leverage AI right now and learn how to do that right now, what's going to happen is AI can produce infinite amounts of content which is what we basically have here. Okay. So the whole purpose of all the things that I showed you is that it drives downstream to this. Okay. This is the most important thing. This is called the SOC Production Hub. Please.
Assemble one concrete, producible content asset by combining upstream brand OS intelligence, cohort, PAC context, swipe references, patterns, format, voice research, and call to action into a draft you can review and publish.
Great. So the idea behind this is that when it comes to creating content, okay, when it comes to creating content, this is why we need a cohort. We need to understand who it is we're talking to, because the cohort is going to dictate how the content gets produced. And the cohort dictates what kind of narration style we should be focusing on, etc. So over the last 2-3 weeks in particular, I've been playing around with what's called an SOC Production Hub agent, okay? An SOC Production Hub agent. So let me see if I can go here back to the agent page here, to the library of agents. Right, there we go. So this is the library of agents. And we have an SOC Production Hub agent. I created this a week ago, okay? Now, the idea behind the SOC Production Hub agent is when we run the agent, what's going to happen? The agent is going to produce a piece of content. Okay, so we're at 98 pieces of content here. We know that in order to get the next one is going to be 99. So let's make sure that we have a property, create a time.
I need a quick break.
Yeah, please.
Do you need a tea or something?
No, I have tea, thank you. Okay, I gotta take a break too. And we're back. All right. So does that make sense so far what we're talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's go now back to OBS. Okay. Sorry. Let's go back to Notion. And okay. So I want you to notice this here. Today is April 12th, 9:02 a.m. The agent just did what? The agent just created a piece of content for us. Okay. The agent just created a piece of content for us.
Did you tell it to do that, or is it just automated?
So I clicked on the run agent. So I did this manually. I did a manual run. Okay. I just did a manual run. And this was the output of that. Okay. So this is the output of that piece of content. Now, remember that this is the most important thing, because when we create a piece of content, we have to create the content based on the cohort, based on what we're interested in, based on all these things. Okay. So that's where we go over here. So this is the hook. So I want you to just read the first things, like as if you were actually speaking it, so you can get a feel for this is how the agent actually would work.
If you keep starting strong and falling off after a week, you don't have a discipline problem. Your plan is built for good days. And the moment your nervous system dips, the whole thing collapses. The point is, you need a minimum version that still ships when you are tired. And in this video, I'm going to give you a 12-minute reset that gets you back on track without self-attack.
Okay. Now, for me, that seems very cheesy.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like something I would personally say.
No, same.
Okay.
And I need to think what that actually means.
Right. And so, but this is the script. Okay. This is the script. This is the script. So there's beats, right? And there's all, and basically the way that this did this was that it created a piece of content based on a template. So again, this is where it's very important to understand how to create script, how to create templates. The outline and the anatomy of a script are also very important in understanding the anatomy and the outline of a script. Because when you understand that, you understand how to tell stories. Okay. So stories, like you researched, have like a 3-shape arc. Okay. Like there's different formats to stories. When you know that, you know how to create what are called templates. Okay. So now to show this here, we've got templates. Okay. We've got different templates. Templates are important because what the templates do is that they give the context and the framework for how the AI has to be generating the content. If your content is very simple, like, hey, generate a script on life purpose, you're going to get a very poor and shitty output. That's exactly what we had here, right? And that's exactly what I expected. The version 1 of what AI could do is bad. I'm just gonna say it just like that. It's just terrible. It's that there's a reason why people call it AI slop. I get it. Now, but I truly think that AI is eventually going to get caught up to speed and create content significantly better. Like significantly better to where it sounds like you. But in order for it to sound like you've got to give it enough context, and you have to train it. You have to train the AI. You have to train the bot. So let's go over to so it created that. Okay. That's expected. And I'm just going to delete that for right now because it's just really bad. Okay, but let's see here. There's a... And it's giving me these things of like, this is not the content that I would create personally. 7 days to prove your next step. I personally hate giving people advice at this stage of my life. I would never want to give anyone advice that I personally do not do.
Yeah.
So this is not for me applicable. This is already something that I would scrap and I would throw in the toilet. Okay. I only want to be creating content from like, okay, here's what I did. Here's how I did it.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what I'm going through. And the thing about this is that right now we're transitioning how content is created. People don't need to go and watch your piece of content on information anymore. They can literally go to AI and get a whole bunch of data sources that'll give it the most refined, simplest answer. So watching YouTube videos on how to do something is only going to be valuable if you actually need a video tutorial on it. That's how I see it personally. Like I personally would not go to YouTube anymore and be like, what is EFT tapping? I'm going to go to ChatGPT now and be like, what is EFT tapping? Why does someone need to do it? How do I do it? Et cetera, et cetera. Get a whole thing. And then I ask it, okay, please research and pull up, the best videos on actually how to EFT tap, on how to actually do it so that I actually see visually how that looks like. And then I click on the links on the YouTube video, which means that if that's going to be the default of how he will do things, then think about that. AI is going to pull up EFT tapping videos that is strong in index and search that people are actually consuming, which means that if I don't create content that is catered towards humans and AI and figure out how to blend the both, what's going to happen is it will defer and recommend YouTube channels that already do or content that already does. Okay. So in order to stay ahead of that, you really would have to learn now how to understanding how it is that AI is going to index content and pull up content, especially like on ChatGPT. How is a piece of content going to surface for figuring out your purpose, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Do you need a little?
Just pass me one of these yellow. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So if that's the case, the best way that I have been thinking about doing this is when we are in the process of training AI, okay, and this is again where we go now here to this layer. So this is part of layer 2, okay? And just let me know if I'm losing you at any point, because I know that this is a lot to take in. But what I did over the last week as well is I created what's called a raw voice inputs database. And this raw voice inputs database, I literally have taken from my live streams how I speak, and I have basically compiled the transcript. So this is how I would talk. This is how I would say something, because these are my words. The same thing with the live stream. So that's why we also are live streaming, even if we're not perfect right now. It doesn't matter. Why? Because what's happening is as we're live streaming, we're doing multiple things at once. We're live streaming, figuring out our brand voice, because the brand voice is going to create transcripts. So after every live stream, we have transcripts. Those transcripts, all I have to do is put that in here, okay? All I have to do is just put that in here. And what's going to happen is we move down to the next step, which is the brand voice language model. Read that for me.
Store the distilled brand voice rules, patterns, and repeatable language components, so agents can draft scripts that sound on brand, not generic, while adapting appropriately across platforms.
Okay. So what does that mean? That means that this training the language model is basically going to take these elements of how I speak, and it's going to convert it into a script. Okay. And that's how when we move into the SOC production hub, we see the voice elements. So let's pull up the voice elements here. Voice elements used, okay? So voice elements used is going to take these components. it's going to take all of these components from this database right over here. Okay. It's going to take these components, which took from the raw voice language model, the raw voice inputs, and it's going to input that into here. And then from there, the AI will create scripts. Now, the only thing is that I have to now retrain the agent, and I have to tell the agent, I have to troubleshoot with the agent, okay, you need to take this, and apply it to a template, okay? And that's why we have these templates. So the agent will eventually select the template on its own, and it will match that template in here. It will apply that template, and it will create a script based on that template. And that's how we get to the SOC production. That's how we get to actually creating content at scale. Now, how do we get there from where we are right now? Okay, that's where we now have to go to layer 1. Okay, so now this is what we're going to do here. We already have the brand, and the brand also highlights the show concept where we talked about, the context, the characters, the universe of the life purpose, the NFT stuff. We already created all of that, right? Mama the Guardian Hound, Mama de Soraya, etc. So we already have that. And even still at layer 2, we also have the show mechanics. We have the show mechanics of the Life OS, which are here. Okay, and we'll fill that in as we go along. But the idea for right now that we just want to really focus on is layer 1. So we already have the brand. Okay, you are the brand. You can either have your name or life purpose. It doesn't matter because it's basically an extension of you. So what now? What now is we need to figure out who you are, and we need to get a snapshot of you. Okay, so just to give you another example, some of the things that I'm interested in talking about and having content on is Ascended Masters, talking about, God, faith, love, healing, prayer, etc. So these are some of my interests. Okay, these are some of the things I'm learning about. These are some of my perspectives. Okay, now what we're gonna do here is, because we have ChatGPT connected to Notion, so the way that I did this, just to show you, so that you know for yourself here, okay, there's a setting here where you can connect apps, okay? If you go to the settings of ChatGPT, you can go to apps, and then you can go to browse apps, and then you can just literally type in Notion, and then that's how I connected Notion. Okay. So now my Notion is created and my Notion account is connected to ChatGPT. So all I have to do is what? All I have to do is the following. I go here into the bottom and I click on this little A. I add. And now I'll automatically get the reference of the About Me library, which is here. Okay. The good thing about it is that I've already tested this out. ChatGPT does the direct connection to the database. The bad thing is that you're not able to connect multiple pages. So it's literally just like one page, which sucks, but it's a start. Okay. So we're gonna pick up with your homework. So I want to see your homework in a minute. I'm going to basically give some information and some context to ChatGPT now, and we're going to figure out your About Me stuff. Okay. Today we are live streaming, and we are working on the life purpose of brand for the About Me library, period. Therefore, we're going to need items to fill in, period. What I want you to do for me, so that I know that you're up to date, is I want you to transcribe every property that currently exists in the About Me library database, which you have connection to. So please do that now. Okay. Now, if it did this correctly, which it should, we will see all of the databases that we had here, all the properties from this property schema translated here. So we should see that return to us. So right now, ChatGPT is running the app request and it's connecting to Notion. It's pulling up the properties, and this is the current property schema. Okay. So we have here about me, content angles, correct. Created time, correct. Linked brand, correct. Lived experience, correct. Review status, correct. Status, correct. Type, correct. Why it matters to me, correct. Linked known for topics, correct. Current select options, also visible. Interest, learning, live practice, exactly. And then the current library view is showing columns in this order. It's good. So it actually did that in the correct order. So you will see the properties here in Notion are exact to ChatGPT and what it transcribed for us. So we have about me, linked brand, why it matters, content angles, type, lived experience, linked known for, status, review status, correct. The next move for the live stream, we should start filling out rows for the about me, type, etc., etc. Yes, exactly. So the way that we're going to do this now, okay, is we're going to have Notion AI do the work. So I want you to see this in real time so that you can understand if you ever have to do this yourself. We're not going to do any of the work. We're going to be the meta, basically. We're going to be the human. We're going to assign ChatGPT the role of being like the orchestrator or the architect. ChatGPT is going to give instructions to Notion. Notion is going to fill everything out for us. Okay? Okay, so now what I want you to do for me is I want you to pull up all the content or share with me all of the content. I don't know how you saved it, but this is now the time to pull it up.
Okay. So the way I have it right now is on my calendar as notes with PDF attachments. What is the best way for me to share this with you? Do you want to take a look on my phone how I have it?
Mm-hmm.
So if you scroll all the way up and down.
Do you have my ChatGPT account on here or no?
Yes, but you would have to log in.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, I'm going to email this. See if I can email this to myself here.
Well, you can log in from the app.
Is this on Google Drive or?
No.
All right, we definitely need a much more organized way to do this. You definitely do not want to store this on your calendar. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay.
I can also send it to you on Signal.
No, because again, this is a business account. There is no Signal on here. That's a personal thing. So, okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to do you have vibrational life on your phone?
You mean Drive?
Yeah. Do you have vibrational life account signed in on Google Drive on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to create. Okay. So what I need you to do, however you did it, because you somehow figured out a way how to upload PDFs to a calendar. You're gonna need. I'm assuming you did all that from your phone.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you have the PDF file on your phone, like in the folder, in the main folder of your phone?
Let me see. Pains, workshops, outcome. Yes.
Okay. You're going.
Just let me confirm something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Okay. So what you're gonna do for me is you're going to select all of those files.
Yeah.
And you're going to upload it to the Google Drive of Vibrational Life, and you're going to drop it in this folder right here, which we have. It's called April 12th Homework Drop-In. Okay? You're going to drop it into that folder. Because once you drop it into that folder, I'm going to download it, and then we're going to upload that to ChatGPT, and then we're going to quickly fill in the content that we need for you for layer 1, and then we're going to work on training the SOC Production Hub agent to create content in your voice. Yeah.
Vibrational life. It says it is saved to my drive on Vibrational Life, but I don't think it's in the right folder.
Okay, hold on a second.
It did not ask me for the folder.
Wait, is it here? Yeah, these are it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no worries, no worries. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I need you to go back to your calendar.
Yeah. Let me just
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. We're
no,
gonna.
can you pause this? Can you share I just want to see if everything
Yeah,
was
that's what I'm
uploaded.
going to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's what we're going to review that. Okay. So the default from now on should be that you always upload your homework to a folder in Google Drive. It does not make any sense
To
at all.
Vibrational Life.
Yeah, to Vibrational Life Google Drive.
Okay.
It does not make any sense at all to have that on your calendar because it adds more friction to upload the file.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where to put it.
Okay. That's why we got to think here. Okay. So let's look through from top down. Okay.
No, that doesn't work for me. Just leave it like that. I want to see something.
Mm-hmm.
Life purpose cohort description 1. Life purpose cohort interests. Workshop outcome plan. Life purpose keywords. Pains, needs, workshop offer. Workshop outline PDF. And refined workshop structure. Okay, we got everything.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I
Okay.
think there's one copy.
No problem.
One double.
Okay. And for
hold on. There is also some text, some plain text from my calendar, which I need to add as well.
Yep. So drop that into an email. So copy that and drop that into an email and send it to Vibrational Life.
Okay. Sent.
Now, the best way to do this is the following. Okay. So just watch what I do so you can understand this. We're going to download and export every CSV, every database as a CSV file. You don't need to know what that necessarily means because I don't necessarily know what that means. I just know it's kind of like a table format. We're going to export each one.
you pass me the pen and a note thing, a yellow one? That's a cool pen. That's interesting.
Okay, now what I need you to do for me is I need you to transcribe every property across all the databases, because what we're going to do from here is I'm going to feed you in the next message the PDFs that Hema has worked on, and I need you to intelligently map everything together, period. So transcribe all the properties from all the databases and make sure that you have section headers for each database so that we know and we can confirm that your mapping is accurate and what you're transcribing is accurate to the current state of the databases. Okay, let it do that. Let's go to Finder. Let's put this in the corner too. And let's go to the life purpose of April 12th, today. Okay, and then these are all the items. Okay, that was fast. Good. Very fast. Okay, we know we have that. Outcomes I can help with. Linked brand. Okay, emotional end state. Just to make sure. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Next one. What I want to be known for. Link brand. What this means. Okay, not accurate. Okay, let's see how we are with layer 1 Intel synthesis database. Known for topics, what I can help with, outcomes I can help with, priority, core attention. Okay, that's accurate. I don't know why I didn't do that. Evidence, confidence, creative time. Okay. Oh, that's right. Good. Okay. Hold on a second. Hmm. All right, so now it got one of these wrong, which was what I want to be known for. Oh, nope, it got it right. Okay, that was me. That's me. See? Okay. Okay, great. Now the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to read through the PDF files that you see here, comma. We need basically every database the content from the PDF to be filled into the databases, period. And what you're going to do is you're not going to fill in the CSV file databases. You're not going to do any of that. What you're going to do is you're going to instruct Notion AI, period. And what we need as a starter set is maximum 10 of each database for layer 1, period. So you're going to audit the PDF, scrape all of the content that's there, and you're going to organize it by database so that we have a starting list for HEMMA so that we can identify everything necessary for layer 1, all the databases that exist in layer 1, and have that filled in, period. You're going to give the instructions to Notion AI on what to fill out. Please do that now. Okay, so while Notion AI does that, ChatGPT does that, we're going to give the instructions direct to Notion AI, and then Notion AI is going to fill out the rest of the information. And then after that, we should be good to go. Now I'm going to give these instructions to Notion AI. Let's refresh the page.
I like that.
The following are instructions from ChatGPT, period. Your task is to read the instructions and execute those instructions as ChatGPT has instructed you, period. Ensure that the content that you create and the new entries that you create are specifically linked to the brand. Okay. So now Notion AI is going to do these instructions. Okay. So now we just wait. I got to use the toilet. April 12th, deep work. Okay. And I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now that we've done that, we've got, yeah, okay. So it should have returned everything. Good. All right. Let's take a look though and see if it actually linked everything. Okay, great. 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 So I'm gonna delete this filter. We're gonna add in a new one. Okay, great. Cool. Did all that for me. Thank you. So now we're going to pull up everything and we're going to filter for the life purpose of, because what's going to happen from here is we are going to, yes, it did it. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, all right. All right, I'm going to add a created time property. Yes, and we're going to sort it by descending. Yes, so we can see everything that was created for today. Perfect. Wonderful. We're going to do the same thing here. Yeah, very good. Very good. Much better. Way better. Way, way, way better. Okay, let's add that created time at the end. Good. All right, so now we have the building blocks of what we're going to need for layer one. Because after that, it's going to be that we have the agent now run for the cohort. Okay, this is now for the cohort. So let's set up the filter, linked brand, the life purpose of. Wonderful. Yes. Wonderful. 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 Very wonderful. Very wonderful. Mm-hmm. We got that. Okay. I think these are the newest ones that you just created. So I'm going to put another created time property just to make sure. And we're going to dwindle everything down after that. Remove as much of the fat as possible. Yeah, that also should not be here. So anything that was created from today will be, in this one in particular, will be deleted because it's redundant as of right now. So these will be removed. Okay, and then layer one, Let's see, the Intel synthesizer. It should have done its job. Live purpose of. Okay, great. All right, wonderful. All right. So good job, because now we can review everything. All right.
We review the homework.
Yes. So now we're going to review it. So
I feel like I'm back in school.
So basically right now, what I had the agent do was I had it parse or like extract everything that it needed to from the PDFs and organize it into here. Okay. So it may not be your exact wording, but there are certain things that we want to make sure are relevant and true to you. Okay. So, and then also, you may find that it actually put in better detail and better information than you did. So that's what we're going to research and figure out now.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to go line by line and we're going to figure out what is true or not true. Okay. So we've got a couple of entries here. And after that, we're going to create maybe 5 cohorts for the life purpose of brand direct. And we're going to skim whatever needs to be deleted. And then we're going to be done for today. Okay.
Let me use the toilet first.
Yeah. Please audit this database and fill in the missing properties and ensure that everything is properly linked and related. Linked and related. Oh, God.
Okay.
I'm going to insert a roll up temporarily to make sure that it's on target with your brand. Okay, that's good. That's good. We should not ever see, if it's for your brand here, I should not ever see my brand name here, you know? So the linkage is correct. All right. Now, let's go through these one by one. And we're going to start top down. And you're going to tell me the status, okay? So if it's approved by you, we're going to go and we're going to select the tag of operational. It's good to go. Or we're going to select deprecate. Do not ever use again, okay?
Did you already use the entire homework that I filled out and you gave it to the
AI?
You gave it to the AI.
Yeah.
Okay. Database, or how would you call that specifically?
This specifically?
Yeah, you gave it to the database AI, or you
I
gave
gave it to Notion AI. So what I did was I took the structure, the skeleton of the system, fed it to ChatGPT, make sure that it's on point and on target with, the current property schema. I then uploaded the PDF to ChatGPT and I gave it instructions on what I wanted it to say to Notion AI. So it's AI talking to AI. It's no longer me figuring things out and saying, okay, do this. No, I'm telling it what I want, and I'm giving AI the space to figure it out. Okay?
Okay.
Because the old way would have been me, okay, how do I map this to this thing? And that would have taken, no. What we did was we just said, okay, this is what we have here. Okay. This is what you need to figure out how to do. Do it.
Okay.
And then now that gives ChatGPT more freedom to be like acting as a thinker and say, okay, how do I logically map this content? What are the instructions that I need for it, for Notion AI to do the job? And then we give the instructions to Notion AI, and then Notion AI then filled in everything based off of your homework. Okay? Make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So now moving forward, is this. Let's open up each one. Okay. So this is what's called the About Me library. Okay. Now, in terms of the tag, it may be that you have as a proven interest, a skill, or something. I don't know. But this is what we're going to figure out here today, okay? We're going to figure out if this is a proven skill or if this is an interest or this is a something, because we're not going to create content on a proven skill if you don't have it.
Yeah.
That's lying, that's inauthentic. Okay? The whole point of this is not to be a robot and then just say shit that people, that's going to rank or whatever, because then you're going to have to, put your money where your mouth is and back it up. No, that's at least for me, that's not the idea. That would be like out of integrity, right? The idea is to figure out how can I help people with where I am, with what I know, with what I've learned so far, and give, value from that place. That's the idea. So we're going to look at each type and type tag. We're going to look at all the content in here. And then at the end, you're going to tell me whether that's operational, is good to go, or it needs to be deprecated. Okay. So right now it's set to incomplete, meaning that it needs your approval to review. So this is agent suggested. Okay. So we need to say if it's rejected or if it's human approved. Now remember, there's only 5 entries here. So the less that you have, the harder it's going to be to give it the context. But hopefully this is enough for a starter set for you, okay? Now, let's review. If this library is basically to encapsulate who you are, about me, okay? Is this accurate to you?
These are words that would... Is it intended for these words to describe me?
Yeah. Like, okay, so
for example, what I stand for?
Okay, so for example, my interest, I have an interest in wrestling and telling stories like how they do in the WWE. And then I mentioned I really like how when the WWE tells really good stories, especially like the Cody Rhodes story of him winning the title for his dad and etc. That's an interest. That's not a proven skill. A proven skill for me is I know how to build structure, etc. Or deep work and focused execution. I know how to do that. Okay, that's a proven skill. Pre-performance routines, that's a skill. How to do EFT stuff, that's a skill. Okay, so what we need to do for you is we need to figure out your interests and your skills and etc. What are you learning, etc. Okay, so as of right now, your lived. If we're going here into this specific entry, read the entry. Tell me if that resonates with you as something that you have as a lived practice, or if that needs to change as an interest, perspective, proven skill, you're learning, whatever. Okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
You want me to read it out loud? Live practice, why it matters. Because healing fear and self-doubt creates the safety needed to live and express a calling. No, that does not resonate. Fear to confidence transformation, releasing limiting beliefs, nervous system capacity for visibility, self-sabotage patterns to self-trust, gentle, grounded integration. Doesn't really make sense to me.
Okay, stop. So the content angles are potential content angles you can talk about. Okay, so if your thing is inner healing and transformation, this is for the linked brand, the life purpose of the type is currently lived experience.
Lived practice.
A lived practice, right?
My lived practice.
Yes, on you, because this is based on you. This is the About Me library. So all of this stuff is based on you.
Okay.
Okay? So what's true to you? And if this was wrong and if the information was aggregated wrong, then you're gonna need to pull up the PDF on your phone, and we're gonna have to do this manually one by one.
Okay. Lived experience speaks about inner healing, regulation, and belief change as foundations for purpose.
This is agent suggested. Remember, this is something AI suggested.
I would say this is not complete and it's not fully in alignment.
So again, operational or deprecate?
Deprecate.
Next.
Oh, so these are the suggestions here, and I need to choose one.
You need to choose which is applicable to you.
Oh, okay.
So conscious leadership.
I just keep one.
No, you don't keep one. You want to have as much as possible.
Oh, okay.
But if it's not relevant to you, then it's pointless.
Yeah.
Like you're not someone that's interested in Porsches. You have no interest in cars. You just use cars. You have no interest in learning about cars. You don't have the skill of building cars, of fixing cars. That's not you.
Yeah.
Right? So, but if we have your dad, and if we were doing a profile on him, basically just think about this. This is a profile on you. Okay? Everything that makes you, uniquely you. You are completely different from how I would operate in certain things, right? So we need to highlight that. Okay? So if this was a profile of your dad, he may have an interest in
fixing cars.
He may also,
even if they're not broken.
Yeah, if they're not broken, or it's a proven skill. He knows how to fix cars. He knows how to do maintenance on cars. That's a proven skill. So if he were to create his own YouTube channel or his own content, his own brand, he literally, that's one of the things that he can do. He can show how he fixes cars.
Oh yeah, he could do that.
That would literally be his whole brand. He could even just be the car mechanic guy. And that would be the whole thing. That's his proven skill. Okay. So if we're doing a profile on you, let's figure this out here.
Yeah. Okay. Conscious leadership and new earth service. Type, perspective.
Is that true, or is this in it? So I'm gonna put this here at the bottom. I'm gonna put this here at the very bottom. Okay, because maybe that's more helpful here. Read why it matters to you.
Why it matters to me. Because conscious leadership is how purpose becomes service and contribution in the new earth era.
These are potential content angles.
Conscious leadership from alignment, role, activation and service, direction, belonging and community for builders, leading.
Hold on, time out. Let's do that again, okay? So we can make this even easier. Content angles may not even be applicable to you right now, okay? Let's just focus on these two. This is the item, conscious leadership and new earth service. That sounds like it's true to you.
Yeah, more.
And why it matters to you. And now just read your lived experience.
Lived experiences. Uses new earth and conscious leadership language as an orienting framework. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you can fill in a different answer for this. Okay. So what's your lived experience about conscious leadership and new earth service? If you were to do that, right? If you were to do that, you can fill in the blank. This is just content as context to support this.
Okay.
Okay. Because again, I gave you homework last week, that was just basically just hitting on certain things, but I didn't tell you obviously why it matters to you. What's your lived experience? I didn't tell you. I know that. So this is the AI filling in this as supporting context. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, having said that, this feels like it resonates with you based on what I know about you, but the type, is this a perspective? Is this something that you're interested in? Is this something that you're learning about? Is this something that you have a proven skill with? I don't think this is a proven skill of yours. Conscious leadership and new service. I don't think that that's a proven skill. I think that this is something more like
a perspective.
Like a perspective.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then this is linked to your known for topics. So conscious leadership, new earth role activation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are your linked known for topics. Okay. Does that feel like it somewhat resonates with you?
I don't really resonate with new earth role activation. I don't even know what that means. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I know what that means.
Okay. I don't know if these were keywords that you actually put out there or whatever, but we'll get there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Status of this, what would you say this is now? Is this operational or is this deprecated?
Good to go.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Okay, remember, it's going to improve. We're going to do iterations, all right? Version 1 is just version 1, okay? Next.
Spiritual awakening and purpose discovery. Yeah, that sounds good. Because why it matters? Because purpose becomes clearer when spiritual insight is translated into grounded direction and action. Yeah. Lived experience, a consistent focus on purpose, calling and awakening, language in teachings and content. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Content angles, awakening.
Okay. We don't need to worry about that right now. Is spiritual awakening and purpose discovery something that you're learning about? Is this a proven skill? Is this an interest of yours? Is this a perspective?
It's a perspective and lived practice.
Okay. So we only have one. So this is a select tag. I'm not going to change it into a multi-select, which means that there's only one. So if you had to categorize this as just one.
Perspective.
Okay. And these are the linked known for topics.
Spiritual awakening, purpose discovery, life purpose.
Okay. And what would you say this is?
Yeah, this is good.
Okay. And human approved. Next.
Translating calling into real life. Translating your calling into real life. Why it matters? Because a calling becomes real through structure, follow through, and supportive containers. Yeah. Lived experience focuses on structure and action that turns purpose into reality. Content angles, purpose.
Stop. Remember, we're not going to go through content angles, okay? That might confuse you right now. So if we're looking at you now, translating calling into real life, is that really a proven skill of yours? Do you know how to actually help someone translate their calling into real life? Or is that a learned practice of yours? How did you do it? Or is that something that you're learning about? Or is that something that you're interested in?
Learning.
Okay.
Content angles, purpose, structure, follow through, simple 30-day aligned plan, first offer, project path, accountability and community support, consistency without burnout. Okay. Purpose to reality, purpose-led business. Yeah, that's good, I would say. Good enough.
Now the last one.
Helping people move from confusion to clarity. Why it matters? Because clarity reduces overwhelm and helps people take the next right action with confidence. Guides people towards clear next steps and practical structure. Yeah. Well, proven is a very relative word. Like, I don't have a certification for that, but like, how would you say that something is a proven skill? Learning, probably.
Okay.
Content angles, clarity in one sentence, decision making when you feel stuck, misalignment, signs, and realignment from insight to next step, simplifying the path forward, from confusion to clarity. Yeah. Purpose, from confusion to for purpose. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Good enough.
Okay. So now we have deprecated, do not ever use again. So we're going to delete that and we're going to cut the fat. Okay. And that's what we did here. So now we're done with the About Me library. So this is just the starter set. Now, what I want you to do for me here is I want you to pull up your PDF from Google Drive, pull up the PDF about your About Me, and let's fill in whatever ChatGPT or whatever didn't fill in.
So I do not have an about me part in the homework.
Okay, but you do have interests.
Yes, what are my interests? I have.
That's what I want here. Okay.
Okay.
So let's write that down one by one here.
Okay. Should I just tell you and you write it down?
Just tell me.
Okay, what are my interests? First, service to humanity to make their ascension.
Okay. Why does that matter to you? It's not there, so you got to think now.
Because I feel this is part of my soul's work.
Done. That's an interest. Okay. We're going to leave that like that for right now.
Okay.
Okay. Needs maintenance. Okay. Next one.
Being in nature.
Okay. Why does it matter?
For living in a peak state, for living in my highest state possible, for balance, for clarity, for feeling at peace.
Okay. Next one.
Holding ceremony alone or with others who are aligned.
Okay, why does that matter?
To stay connected with my highest self and with God, Goddess Source, what I consider my spiritual home.
Okay. Next.
Inner alchemy and transformation.
Mm-hmm. Why it matters?
It matters to become the best version of yourself. And to live as your highest self embodied.
Good. Interest or learning or live practice, perspective.
Live practice.
Okay. Next.
Expressing my soul's creativity with others through spoken word, light language, songs, and musical instruments.
Why?
Because it is an expression of...
Wait. Mm-hmm.
Because it is an expression of my soul's essence and creativity, which keeps me alive, joyful, and in tune with my true purpose.
Next.
Sharing my soul's transformative wisdom with others who are willing to receive it.
Hold on. Why?
It matters for the expression and the fulfillment of my purpose work and my service work on this planet.
Okay. Now, okay. So for me, this is screaming out to me. When I look at you, I think you're interested in jewelry.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Let's bring in all the third dimensional things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So why does it matter to you?
It matters to me to express my beauty in this world, or to highlight my beauty. And it makes me feel more expressed and more beautiful.
All right. Now, is this a skill that you have?
No, that's an interest.
Exactly. Okay. Hold on a second. We're gonna keep going in that direction. I see that you're interested in crystals.
Yeah, that could also be part of jewelry. It matters to me because crystals have a very life-giving, healing, transformative energy. And I like to use them for my benefit.
There you go. That's what I'm looking. These are the things I'm looking for. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna keep going in that direction. Okay.
Well, there is one more thing which I have written down, and then
Right.
I'm done anyway.
All right. Let's go.
So my interest is also New Earth leadership, feminine, masculine. Sorry. Let me say that differently. No, I think this is good enough. New Earth leadership.
Okay. I think you already have something like this. Conscious leadership and New Earth service, or should it just be New Earth leadership?
New Earth leadership.
Okay. And
it matters so that we can lead and guide the New Earth paradigm.
okay. That an interest? What type is it?
I would say interest in live practice.
Okay. All right. Now, what I'm going to do here is, so if you have New Earth leadership and conscious leadership and New Earth service, is that, do you choose to deprecate one and keep the other, or do you want to keep both?
You can delete this one.
This one?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about here. So now we already have your interests. Okay. Now tell me about, close your eyes for a second. If there is one more interest that you have, what would it be?
My family and my children.
Why does it matter?
Because they're my closest people and I love them so much.
And that's an interest. Okay, next. All right, close your eyes. What are you learning about right now?
Sorry?
Close your eyes and tell me what you're learning about right now.
I am learning about my interests. You mean in general in my life right now, or right now in this moment?
Right now, in general, at the stage of your life.
Okay.
How to be a parent.
At this stage in my life, I am learning to live from an enlightened, peaceful state permanently. To be a mother.
Whoa. One thing.
Oh, it's just one thing. Okay.
One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Why it matters.
Because it is the key to living my highest timeline.
Okay. That's something you're learning about, right?
Yeah, and practice.
Remember, just one select tag.
Okay. Then I would say practice.
Okay, next. Just give me another thing that you're learning about right now.
To have different roles. While still being in full integrity with myself.
Okay, how I would turn to operate in different roles while still being in integrity with myself. Why does it matter?
To live a balanced life while, I don't know how to say that. To live a balanced life, period.
Okay, that's something you're learning about.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now in terms of like, How to build systems, how to
Oh.
da 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 da. Are you learning about anything like this?
Yeah, so a lot. Everything that we're doing with the content creation, the social media platforms.
There we go. Content at scale using social media platforms.
And bringing our authentic soul's message out there.
Stop. Why does it matter?
It matters because it is an important way for expressing and building our purpose.
Good. And that's something you're learning about, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now, we got a couple of these now. Now we have interest. We have learning. What are you currently learning about, right? All right, now let's move on to lived practice. Okay. Now, you, Hema, actually, you know what? You have been what? What were your certifications in the past?
Yeah, I have that here. That's part of my proven skills.
Yes. Let's go there.
So, mental trainer and meditation facilitator certification.
Why does it matter?
I don't know if it actually matters. At this stage, I don't know if a certification matters.
Why did it matter to you to become a mental trainer and meditation facilitator?
It mattered to me because I was clearly guided to do this. What I call my internal guidance system. And it was a good way to get me onto the spiritual path of my life.
That's what we want, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, let's continue on with your...
I have more certifications.
Okay, let's go.
You want all of them? I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon medicine certification.
But is that a skill of yours?
Yeah, I got a certification in that.
Just because you have a certification doesn't mean you have a proven skill in that.
Well,
I have certifications in hypnosis, EFT, etc. It doesn't mean that that's a proven skill necessarily, unless I actually practice it constantly. You've been practicing meditation. You practice meditation constantly. You meditate constantly.
Yes. And I use my dragon medicine.
You use light language constantly.
Which is part of the dragon medicine, believe it or not.
Okay, so let's do that. So let's do dragon medicine, light language. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Dragon medicine, light language, or dragon medicine / light language, or just
and light language.
Okay, hold on a second. And light language. Okay, now tell me why it matters.
Because it's the medicine of my soul. We all have medicine, and that is a huge part of my medicine that I have.
Okay, cool. Now.
And there's one more.
Yeah.
I have a certification in holding cacao ceremonies.
Oh, there you go. Cacao practitioner.
Yeah, but there's actually more to it. I looked at the certification and it says cacao ceremony / sacred space holding. / awareness and mindfulness certificate. That was the best way I could translate it from German into English.
Cacao ceremony, sacred space holding self-awareness practitioner?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Why did it matter to you?
It mattered to me because I have been consuming the cacao medicine for many, many years now, and it has been a very positive, transformative plant in my life, and I decided to share that with other people.
There you go. And that's a proven skill.
The cacao medicine. Cacao Ooh, sounds like a crazy bird.
Yep.
With C. C-A-C. Yeah.
All right. Done. Okay. So look at that. Now we already have 19 items for you. Okay.
Whoa, I'm totally certified. I never knew.
All right. So we have interest, we have learning, we have even lived practice.
And I also have here the what are my keywords, but I think we have that, don't we?
No. We got to go to the next one. Okay. So hold on a second. So now from here, what we're going to do is
These are my multidimensional gifts.
okay. Yeah. We're going to move on to here. Okay. What you want to be known for. Now, what you want to be known for are your keywords. Okay.
Yeah, my keywords.
All right.
That's what I have.
Okay.
Should I share them?
Nope. So the first thing we do is we look through these one by one. And remember, the idea here behind the keyword is we're just going to pay attention to the keyword. Okay. We're just going to pay attention to the keyword and we're going to pay attention to what this means and we're going to set the status. Okay. So we're going to keep it simple in that way. Okay. Okay. So you're going to go only up to status and we're going to determine if this is good to go or not. This is just very quick keywords. Okay. So what you want to be known for. So remember, think 30, 40, 50, 60 when you're about to die. What do people know Hema almond for? Okay. Now we have this initial set here. Let's figure out what this is, if this is authentic to you, if this is true to you, and then we delete. Okay. We cut the fluff basically. Okay. Now go for it.
I have a whole bunch here of keywords.
No. Here first. Okay? Here first. This was AI generated based on what you had originally. I don't know if it included the exact thing that you had, but we need to take this and we need to determine your keywords. Okay. So let's go from here first. Okay. Because we have 19 items.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're not going to add and then we're going to subtract. We're going to subtract first and then we're going to add. Okay.
Authentic expression, what this means, building confidence and safety, to be seen, share gifts, and express a true message without shrinking. Search phrase, authentic expression, be seen, express your gift, share your message. Confidence to show up, visibility, fear, speak your truth. Yeah, that's fine. That resonates.
Okay, good. That's exactly what we're just going to do. Rapid fire, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, same thing here.
Oh, okay. I see it now better. Okay. Purpose to reality. Turning purpose insight into structure, action, and follow through so the calling becomes real life. Linked in purpose. What does that mean? Purpose to reality, turn purpose into action, align the action plan, 30-day plan, build your purpose, calling into real life. Yeah, that's fine. From confusion to clarity, helping people move from overwhelm and uncertainty into clear direction and a next step plan. Clarity, confusion to clarity, lack of direction, overwhelmed and stuck. Clarity, coaching, aligned direction, next right step, career clarity. Yeah. Inner healing and transformation.
Do you want to be known for that?
Yeah. Releasing blocks. Fear, self-doubt, misalignment, so purpose can be lived with more safety and capacity. Linking inner healing, personal transformation, heal to lead, nervous system healing, fear and self-doubt, release blocks, emotional healing. Yeah, it's okay. New Earth role activation. Clarifying a meaningful role in the New Earth era and taking aligned steps to serve with confidence. New Earth role. Role activation. Conscious leadership. New Earth. Lightworker transition. Higher calling. New Earth. Service direction. Yeah, it's okay.
Remember too, for these, we can just easily just replace that stuff. So no problem. Just the keywords.
Conscious leadership, helping people lead from inner alignment, regulated, grounded, and purpose-driven in work and community. Yeah, and in personal lives. Conscious leadership, conscious leaders lead with purpose, aligned leadership, nervous system leadership, heart-led leadership. Yeah. Life purpose, helping people discover and live their purpose, their dharma with clarity and aligned action. Life purpose, soul purpose, dharma, higher calling, inner calling, life purpose course, find your purpose, purpose discovery. Yeah. Purpose discovery, a clear process for moving from confusion into a personal calling, statement, and next step. Purpose discovery, discover your purpose, find your calling, calling statement, meaningful career, purpose clarity, what am I here to do? Yeah. Purpose-led business, building offers and work that express purpose, values, and conscious leadership rather than chasing external validation. Purpose-led business, purpose-driven business, aligned business, soulful business, meaningful work, building your business, conscious entrepreneurship. Can you add one search phrase here? Soul's work. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Spiritual awakening, supporting people through awakening so they can translate spiritual insight into grounded life direction. Spiritual awakening, conscious living, awakening journey, spiritual growth, inner knowing, spiritual workshop, awakening in career. Yeah. New Earth as a framework for conscious leadership, purpose-led service, and building a more aligned way of living and working. New Earth leadership, New Earth calling, conscious creators, New Earth spiritual awakening, New Earth role activation. Wow, yes. Lighthearted,
Do you want to be, again, remember, just keep thinking to yourself, do I want to be known for this?
Yeah, why not? A lighter, more humane tone that makes spiritual and purpose content feel approachable and safe to engage with. Personal growth, lighthearted spirituality, approachable personal growth, gentle coaching tone. Yeah, why not? Uplifting purpose content, fun spiritual content. Love, a heart-led message that grounds purpose and transformation in compassion, belonging, and service. Purpose content, conscious leadership, heart-led leadership, compassion and leadership, spiritual self-love, healing through love, purpose from love, belonging and support. Yeah. Help people fulfill their life purpose, helping people discover their dharma and take aligned steps to fully live it, especially during life and career transitions. Life purpose, fulfill your purpose, live your dharma, purpose discovery, calling clarity, align next step, purpose activation, meaningful career. Yeah. I mean, some of them are repeating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, don't worry about it. Just keep going.
Yeah. Enlightenment, using awakening language in a grounded way, focusing on integration, clarity, and conscious living, rather than abstract spirituality. Enlightenment, awakening, integration, conscious living, spiritual awakening, support, awakening in daily life, higher consciousness. But yeah. Good inner state, helping people cultivate a regulated inner state so they can lead, create, and make aligned decisions under pressure. I would delete the under pressure. I don't think it's necessary to say under pressure. Emotional regulation, good inner state, emotional regulation, nervous system regulation, calm under pressure, inner peace, practice self-confidence confidence from safety. That doesn't make sense. Delete that. Confidence from safety. Yeah. Healing. Inner healing is the path that removes blocks. Restore self-trust and clarity. Healing. Personal transformation. Heal self to release limiting beliefs. Emotional and nervous system healing. Self-trust. Yeah. Oneness consciousness, a non-dual oneness framing that reduces polarity and supports peace, compassion, and conscious leadership. Oneness consciousness, non-unity, conscious peace, and oneness to spiritual awakening. Oneness. Yep. Life purpose. Life purpose is a practical live path, clarity, alignment, and action. Life purpose, soul purpose, dharma, funny purpose, clarity. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hold on a second. Audit the entries in this database that I have selected for the linked brand of the life purpose of ... And what I want you to do for me is identify redundant items and create a property checkbox and check off redundant properties that can be deleted. Period. Do this now. Okay, I gotta take a break and then we go to your list again.
Okay. I love you.
Hmm?
I love you.
I love you too. God bless you. Okay. So now let's look at redundant properties right here. And let's figure out what we can delete. Okay. Okay, look through these with me. These so what Notion AI did was it looked through the entire database, which you currently have right now for what you want to be known for, your keywords. And what it did was it identified redundant topics or redundant concepts. Okay, so we have here life purpose, and over here we have life purpose once again. So that's pretty redundant. We have helping people fulfill their life purpose. Same thing with life purpose. So purpose discovery could also be purpose-led business, could also be another thing that's very redundant. So how do we want to handle this? What I would say is we take this. These are all pretty redundant concepts. And we want to basically narrow this down. I think healing, enlightenment is different. And here we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, all these concepts. And that's, again, what we had the search phrases for. Search phrase variations basically would do a whole part of this. So purpose-led business should be basically in here. So I would suggest we basically take all of these variations and put this in helping people fulfill their purpose.
Yeah.
That's my suggestion. Do you agree?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, and now I'm going to tell Notion AI. I need you to update the search phrase variations property box for the item that I've selected, which is helping people fulfill their life purpose, period. Deduplicate. Remove duplicates. Remove duplicates from this rich text property box. Okay, so now it's going to do that. And as it does that, now we can go to your list. Okay, so pull up your list on your phone.
Which list?
What you want to be known for.
My keywords.
Yeah, your keywords, exactly. And you may find that you've already got that here.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We don't want to have too much.
Okay.
Okay, we don't want to have too much. So even for me, I've got some concepts over here that like I need to delete.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So some things, like for me, practical, okay, self-regulation, interstate management, building scalable systems, okay, helping people clear the blocks between them and their calling. This could be probably deprecated and merged into helping people fulfill their purpose / dharma in life. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
So consistency, long game thinking, creating a reputable process, personal brand operating system. Some of these things could be merged into one.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to have too much here, but good enough. So let's get you now like your top next ones, and then we're gonna move on from there. Okay. So I think that's pretty much it. And we're gonna delete this property. And now what you're going to do is you're going to tell me your thing and what it means to you, the keyword of what you want to be known for.
I have about 20 to 30 keywords here.
Okay.
What should we do?
This is a majority, I think. So what I would suggest is I want you to give me like your top 5 to 10 maximum.
Okay, then give me a couple of minutes to sort them out, okay?
Mm-hmm.
top 5 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I have 10. Can we work with that?
Yeah.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the first one, spirituality. But we may already have that. Not sure.
Exactly. So, hold on a second. Okay, nope. So, spirituality. Or should we say New Earth spirituality? New Age spirituality? Or,
No, just spirituality.
okay, what does that mean to you?
What that word means to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge part of our being.
Okay, never mind. Next one.
New Earth.
You already have that.
Okay. Next, ascension.
Next.
Christ consciousness.
You already have conscious. Yeah,
But-
one is consciousness.
Yeah, but not Christ consciousness.
Okay.
Life purpose, we have that.
Yeah, of course.
Soul mission.
Remember, we just deleted all that stuff, and we have helping people find their purpose, helping people fulfill their life purpose.
So do we have life purpose and soul mission?
Look, help people fulfill their life purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. That could be grouped into the same thing as in the terms of soul mission, which is right here. Soul purpose, soul mission.
Okay,
it's all here,
so
basically.
it's in there then. All right.
It's a variation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The next one is oneness.
You have that already.
Okay.
Hold on. Look. You have that.
Enlightenment.
You already have that, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Then next one is the golden age.
Mm-hmm. Next.
And the last one is divine feminine leadership. And that's it.
All right.
I need a quick break.
Yep. Okay, now for this set right here that we have, comma, you are going to update and make sure that every property for what this means is filled in, as well as search phrase variations is filled in and it's accurate. Period. Remove all text in search phrase variations that contains the keyword and make sure that search phrase variations for each what I want to be known for property and what this means, rich text property, are filled in. And accurate to the okay. So while the agent is doing that, now we have, so the idea is that we go downstream. So we go from about me to what I want to be known for. Okay. So about me is basically more internal facing. What I want to be known for is more external facing. Okay. So now we move on to what I can help with. Okay. Now we move on to what we can help with. All right. These are the current entries of what you can help with. Okay. So if this is not the truth of what you can help with, make sure that you already mark that as no, but this is AI generated. Okay.
From the information of my homework.
Yeah. So just to explain that, if we have an about me, all of these items for you. Okay. These are all of the items for you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a composite of who you are. Now we have what you want to be known for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now for this set that I've linked to you, I need you to map and search for the appropriate about me source and fill in the relation property so that there are 0 blank entries, period. Remember that the linked brand must be matched to the appropriate about me source, period. Do that now. Okay, so it's going to do that now. So now we should have search phrase variations. Divine feminine leadership is as embodied, intuitive, heart-led leadership, grounded in safety, compassion, and truth. So these are the what it could potentially mean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to just close that up here. Next, search for these variations. These are the variations. Great. This is new.
That looks good. That looks really clean.
Mm-hmm. Because now, if we look at the roll up here, we have supported about me. We have the linked brand. Yes, correct. Nothing is linked to Gabriel Serra. Good interstate. Okay. Please update these two properties now with the appropriate About Me source that is only linked to the life purpose of brand.
There's a question, why not have the brand be lifepurpose.com?
It doesn't matter. It's just a placeholder name.
Okay.
Okay, because what's going to happen is, like, literally I can just do this.
Okay.
And then everything changes. Okay? So if I change it in one spot, it changes everywhere. So it does not matter. But that's the name of the YouTube channel or the account. And that's just what I had it as the default. Okay, once again, just to explain, comma, we have these keywords for this database, period. There should be no blanks, especially in the supported About Me source relation property, period. Ensure that the keyword has been mapped appropriately to the correct About Me source relation property, period. Ensure there are 0 blank properties. Okay, so it'll do that. Now, to understand what I can help with, this is basically the person's like pain or need that you can help with. But this is also, it also now sounds synonymous with outcome I can help with. So that may have to change at some point. That may have to change. Either which way. For the first 2 layers, we have About Me, which is internally facing. Outcomes I can, what I want to be known for is outward facing. Okay? It's outward facing. And now the next thing is what I can help with. What can I help with? What is the need or what is the pain of someone that I can help with? So let's look at what we have here. And what we're going to look for is just the top level. So the very starting one, okay? If you cannot honestly and authentically answer that, that has to be deprecated, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to go. All right, so I'm going to highlight this. You're going to read that out loud.
Starting a purpose-led offer or project.
Can you help someone with that?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay, keep reading.
They surface problem. They want to create something meaningful, but don't know how to start. Yeah, root problem. Lack of clarity, fear being seen, no structure for turning gifts into an offer. Emotional pain, fear, procrastination, feeling unqualified. Why this matters, a purpose-led project turns inner work into real-world service and momentum.
Can you help someone with that?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay, done.
Identifying who they are here to serve. Yeah, they don't know who their message is for. Unclear purpose and fear of choosing a direction. Uncertainty, hesitation, fear of choosing wrong. Knowing who you serve clarifies messaging, offers an aligned action. Yes. Creating structure around a calling. They surface problem. They want to follow a calling, their calling, but they can't stay consistent. Root problem, no repeatable structure and nervous system capacity to sustain action. Emotional pain, overwhelm, guilt, scattered focus. Why it matters. Structure protects purpose from collapse when life gets busy or emotional. Yes. Translating spiritual awakening into real life. Surface problem, they feel awakened but unsure how to live it day to day. Root problem, a gap between spiritual insight and practical structure and choices. Pain, disorientation, isolation, feeling different. It matters. Integration turns awakening into stable clarity, relationships and purposeful work. Yeah. Building confidence to express their gifts. Problem, they minimize their gifts or don't share them consistently. I would also say they hide their gifts. Root problem, fear of judgment, unclear self-concept during growth and change. I don't know what self-concept means. Unclear self-concept. Self-doubt, insecurity, hesitation. Expression is how a calling becomes tangible, impact for others. Yeah. Turning purpose into a real next step. Surface problem. They have insight, but don't know what to do next. Root problem, no structure for translating purpose into a simple plan and action. Emotional pain, frustration, spinning, procrastination. It matters. Why this matters. A small aligned step creates momentum, builds confidence for action. Yeah. Overcoming fear of being seen. Problem, they want to share the message but avoid visibility. Fear and self-doubt. Feeling unsafe with success, attention, or judgment. Emotional pain, shame, anxiety, self-sabotage. Why this matters. Visibility unlocks expression, leadership, and any purpose-led offer project. Yeah. Finding clarity on life purpose. Problem, they feel stuck or uncertain about what they're here to do. Root problem, disconnection from their inner knowing, no clear framework to translate values into direction. Emotional pain, overwhelmed, doubt, feeling behind. Why this matters. Without clarity, it's hard to commit to aligned decisions or take consistent action. Yeah. Moving from misalignment to aligned direction. Problem, their work life feels off even if it looks fine externally. Root problem, living by shoulds, decisions not matched to their values, calling and capacity. Yep. Emotional pain, restlessness, resentment, low energy. Why this matters. Alignment restores energy, makes consistent creation and leadership possible. Yeah. Reconnecting with their inner kingdom, their inner queendom. Problem, they don't trust their intuition or feel guided. Problem, chronic external validation seeking and noise that disconnects them. Yeah. Emotional pain, confusion, anxiety, second guessing, self-trust is just follow through. Yep.
Okay. Done. So that's what you can help with. Okay? And let's just make sure that this is all aligned to your brand specifically. Good. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's what you can help with. Okay, that's the need. That's something that you can help with. Now, the next one, which is supposed to be distinctly different, but it's like I gotta figure that out. But I'm just in the testing phase of this because now I'm really testing this out with you.
Mm-hmm.
Outcomes I can help with, right? So read that again.
And track the core benefits and outcomes your audience wants, so you can position offers and write promise language that describes what better looks like in clear and verifiable terms.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So these are outcomes. These are outcomes. So outcome is different from what you can help with.
Yeah.
In that there's a need, there's a pain. Okay. Maybe the titling of the thing has to change or something, but basically this is what we're at right now. So what's an outcome you can help with?
Well, an outcome for me is very specific versus what I can help with is more general.
Yes, that's more accurate. Yes. So what is an outcome you can help with honestly and authentically? And if it's not the truth, remove it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So go.
An outcome I can help create. I can help them get the clarity on defining their role in the new earth, a clearer understanding of their role in the new earth. Spiritual awakening with confusion. Clear
To a clear role.
Okay. So
when you see the arrow,
it leads to.
Okay,
so spiritual awakening with a lot of confusion. Yeah, we've been there. To defining like a clear role, a service direction and contribution. They can name their role, who they serve, and what they're building next. Yeah, I think we can help them with that.
Good. Next.
A first aligned offer, project, or expression path. Gifts with no container, a simple offer project path they can start sharing. They create a simple offer outline, who, what, promise, next step, and share it. Yes, I believe that we can help them with that. A simple first aligned step. They're stuck in planning to one clear next action. Then we'll follow through. They complete a first step within message outline. Yes. Clarity and purpose direction. From unclear and overwhelmed to clear on direction and what matters most. They can name the top direction in one sentence and choose yes. Clear personal calling statement from vague sense of meaning to a clear calling statement they can live and communicate. They can write one to yes. Great inner activation and guidance. Moving from disconnected and numb to activated inner guidance and felt sense of direction. They can feel and describe what is aligned versus misaligned in real time. I think that we can get them to this point, yeah. Great inner peace. I think that we can always guide and lead someone, but ultimately it's going to be up to their own.
I'd say delete that.
Okay. Greater sense of belonging and support. Yeah, moving from isolation on the journey to supported, connected, and seen. They have a consistent support container. Yes, for sure. Like if we lay out the offer, yeah. Make more confidence to be seen and expressed. Fear of being seen and heard, I would say, not just seen. To confident expression of their gifts and message. Yes. I think we can help them with that. More structure. More structure from purpose to reality. Moving from a big calling with scattered action to simple structure and weekly follow through. They have a simple weekly plan. like 3 priorities and execute it consistently. Yeah. I mean, especially with your gifts, Gabriel, of the whole structure thing. Stronger felt sense of oneness. Well, yeah, that's gonna be a side product of having the community, etc. Should we leave that?
I deleted it.
Okay, stronger self-trust. Leave that one though. Second guessing and external validation to grounded self-trust and the inner guidance to make decisions fast and stop reversing choices out of fear. Yeah, leave that.
Okay, cool. So that is huge. That's a huge 4-step step.
Huge. There's a GIF with Donald Trump saying that.
Mm. All right.
Wow, this looks so structured.
All right. So look at how we did that in one session, and that's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we're gonna find out why. So let's also figure this out here. And let's just do this. Oh, dang it. What? Okay. We need to put in a type here.
So willing to receive it. Yeah, open type. What did I say here? Sharing myself.
Practice.
Yes. Practice. Practice.
Okay. Please grammatically update every item in the About Me item for each of these items. And also make sure that the why it matters to me is updated as well.
Quiet.
And it's logically coherent. Okay, so we got that. Great. So now we have your interests, your learning, your lived experience, perspective, proven skill. So this is a good starter set right here when it comes to what you want to be known for. Why does it keep doing this? There are still blank properties here for the relation of supported about me source, period. I've already told you countless times there can be 0 blank fields for the supported about me source relation property, period. Make sure that you look through the about to me library database and make sure that there is a relation linked All right, so now we know from here a lot of information now, okay? We now have a ton of information, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So now the way that this links is we have outcomes I can help with. Oh, okay, also we got to delete these, okay? So this was created today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? These are the offerings. They are already now very redundant and repetitive. But this is what the AI created, okay? This was AI generated.
From today?
From today, okay? So that we have the timestamp, April 12th, 9:47 a.m., okay? We already have over here the lifepurpose.com weekend workshop. There's another 3-day purpose to reality workshop, free purpose activation workshop, 2-day new earth calling workshop, purpose embodiment membership container. It's the same exact thing to saying this. There's no other, like, how many more times do you want to say this? But I know that this was part of your homework. So I just want you to give this a quick review. Okay, we're going to look through each one. So you'll know that this, if it says incomplete, this was AI generated. Is there anything from here that you want to take or whatever? And then we delete the rest, okay? So
just tell you what to delete and what to keep?
yes. But remember, we have this already. This is already redundant. So what I'm telling you is if you want to have the outcome or what you do what, the offer description, the promise, whatever, if you want to have any parts of this put into what you already have up in here, this would be the time to do it. Otherwise, we're going to delete.
Okay.
Okay? Because this is already too much bloat already. You're realistically not going to have 10 offers.
Yeah.
Okay. Most people can't even successfully have one offer. All right. So 1, and then you go from there.
3-day purpose to reality workshop.
Which you already have.
Okay. Where do you want me to start reading?
So these lines right here, these are text.
Okay. So start reading from there.
Yes.
Purpose into a life. I feel a bit confused now.
Okay, never mind. Let me just delete all this.
No, but this is what I created.
Yes, I know. And that's why we don't have. So, do you understand what you're doing?
Not fully.
Okay, so.
Let me just ask a question. When you said create a simple workshop framework, were you specifically saying to already create a fixed outline of how we want this to go.
Yeah, how you wanted to go.
Okay.
Okay. So remember, for the last 2 live streams, that's what you focused your energy on.
Yeah.
Okay. So you focused your energy on working on an offer. Okay. And this is what we already spent like a few minutes talking about. Okay. We already spent a few minutes talking about this here. And the purpose of having social media accounts to go to an email, to go to a workshop, to go to an offer, okay, to then help the person that we're helping, okay? So the main thing is we need a free thing for the email asset and then to a paid offer. That's it. This is 10 things.
Yeah,
this is insane. You don't need that, okay? So what you just need is one of each.
Yes, and that's why I created hold on, give me one moment. Yeah,
Stop that. Okay, continue.
Yeah, so I have created a refined workshop structure, which is basically the gist of what the workshop should be about. And if you pull up the refined workshop structure, it's called refined workshop structure on the PDF, you will find the main points that I have received should be covered in the free workshop.
I understand. Say no more.
And the way I understand it is this are the key things that should be covered in the workshop, and everything else could be an addition or be deleted completely.
Right, I understand you. Okay, so therefore that means that all this then I'm going to delete then because that's useless.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's in there, so I can't say.
Yeah, and that's why I said look it over, but stop. You're going to make it too complicated. We're going to make it too complicated that way.
Okay.
So we're going to just delete that and just fix ourselves here.
You're arguing with AI?
Okay. Let's work on here. Okay. Okay. So this is your offer. This is your outline. This is the weekend workshop thing, right?
This is the refined.
Weekend workshop.
Yeah.
Okay. Refined workshop structure. This is the free offer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Done. Don't need to go into that right now. Okay. Next. Offer destination. Same thing here too. This was created today. We don't need all this stuff. So this is fluff. So we're going to delete it. Okay. We just need one direction to go to, one link, one destination, and that's it. And over here, in terms of the offers, okay. Done. Okay. So now we have the destination ID, which is the destination ID, which is the call to action. The call to action will be based on driving traffic to that. And ultimately, it's going to be to drive traffic to one free offer. That's it. Okay. So therefore, this needs to get deleted. And therefore, this as well needs to get deleted. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep. There. So now we're aligned here. Okay. So we're now on the same page. So if I were to do this, like if let's say I were to create content for my personal brand, I'm speaking from my personal brand, just like we read in the Gary Vee book. Okay. Do you remember? So what did he do? He said, if there's a company, instead of being a faceless brand, you put a face to a name. And what you do is you have every employee have their own personal brand, because what they can do after a while, what they can easily do after a while is they can get someone who has a personal brand to build up an audience. Okay. And whenever you are promoting an offer or whatever, you then forward it to the company. So in this case, we have our own brands. We forward to lifepurpose.com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's how that would go. So this is why this is applicable. Now, I know you asked the question, oh, should I have my own personal brand or whatever? You could if you want to, but remember, that's going to be more work. And you just, right now, we got to just get the thing going. If we get the system going, you can easily implement the Hema almond thing. But right now, this is why we have to test these things out. We have to test out these concepts here. Now, let's move on to the life purpose of brand. Okay, so the agent already did this. So notice how we already have all of these things here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is where we have the this layer. Okay. So now Actually, I have to delete this and we're going to start over here. Actually, no, let's keep that for right now. I need you to create 5 new entries for this database linking the brand of life purpose of ... And I need you to ensure that everything is intelligently linked from starting from the about me source that matches the known for topics, that matches what I can help with, that matches the outcomes I can help with. And every other property is linked and filled in, period. The linked offer is always going to point to the free weekend workshop. And the offer destination is going to point to lifepurpose.com URL, period. You're going to use that information to then fill in the rich text properties, all of them, period. Please do this now. Okay, so we'll let it do that. And you still don't get it. I'm not going to paste them myself. I need you to intelligently link the fucking item, period. Your job is to look at this database and then look at the supported by about me source and appropriately match to the missing relations, period. There are absolutely missing relations, period. I'm seeing it from my side and I just refreshed the page. So you are very likely hallucinating. Which Notion is known for doing that. Okay, let that approve. It should create new entries. I'll be right back. Okay, so good. Now it just filled in those entries, right? We're almost done here. So it filled in these entries, and we can see this here as the approval, right? So April 12th, 11:44 a.m. today, every row is filled in. Great. So if we look through this, this is basically the layer 1 Intel synthesis database. Basically what this does, it combines everything that we did into one row. Okay. And why is that important? Because when we go into layer 3 now of the brand operating system, what's going to happen is we're going to need this information to create our cohorts. Okay. So over here, what we have based on the About Me source, spiritual awakening and purpose discovery. This is for the linked brand of the life purpose of. Exactly. Okay. Core tension. This is it. Let's go to all these relations at the top. Okay, cool. So now that's more organized. So we have here the linked brand, the based on the spiritual awakening and purpose discovery, what I can help with. We're going to link that brand as well. There we go. So we can see that this is already now, it has been intelligently linked, I hope, to your brand. Okay. So you know that everything here is just linked to the same brand. So it's not like your cross brand, because that's not what you want. You want to be on brand with everything that you just did. Okay, so that you're speaking the same language and you're basically flowing downstream very quickly. Week by week, it improves. It takes time to get there. But here's where we are right now. Okay, so we have, this is the layer 1 Intel stuff. This is for the spiritual awakening. Okay, this is basically taking, what's the word I'm looking for? This is the naming convention of this property. Okay, so what it's taking is for your About Me, spiritual awakening and purpose discovery. That's what you want to be known for topic spiritual awakening. See how that's already intelligently matching up what you can help with based on translating spiritual awakening into real life, reconnecting with your inner knowing, finding clarity on purpose. Outcomes you can help with based on clear personal calling statement, greater inner activation and guidance, stronger self-trust. Linked to the offer of the Life Purpose Weekend workshop. And your destination is going to be here to this page, which you'll see right here. And that drives you to this URL. And when someone clicks on the URL, that's the idea. Okay, that's how you go downstream. The next thing is the cohorts. Okay, so like I said before, we created a cohort agent. So we're going to open up the agent now. Okay, and now I'm going to have the agent run. And now it's arguing back with me. I just re-audited everyone what I want to be known for, and counted blinks. Okay. So now, now this is the downstream effect of this. Okay. So we have a cohort agent that just created a cohort for the life purpose of brand. Okay. So this was the output of this. So let's look at this output. Layer 1, linked brand. Great. So we know that there's that confirmation here because we can see it in the roll up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. And it's also here too, right? So let's go through this. And we're going to create 5 different cohorts, okay?
I also created a whole bunch in my homework.
Okay, good. So what we have here is under the category of spiritual seeker, target generation, millennials. Now pay attention, okay? And tell me what you think of this cohort, okay? This is just an ID, so we don't need to worry about the title here. But just let's worry about like the information that's here. The cohort, we're going for a spiritual seeker, target generation, millennial. The years, these are the core desires of the millennials. These are the core patterns of millennials. This is the age range. From 30 to 45, the target country, Germany. Target location, Berlin. Target gender, probably prefer not to say. It's like mixed.
I don't know if we should target a specific country. Would that make any sense?
So it's going to make sense because of amplification purposes. Okay? So when we go to, and we have cohorts, we have to find the over-indexing piece of content. Then we're going to look at the metrics, where we're going to use PCS to guide us, the post-consumer strategy, okay? Gary Vee talked about that. It's not just creating the SOC, the strategic organic piece of content. It's what happens after that. So we create the content based on who we think would go for it. Remember, that's demographic information. We need psychographic and demographic information. Demographic is just a hypothesis. The cohort DB is just a hypothesis, okay? It's not the gospel. So this is who we have in mind, but the data, when we release that out, may be telling us, restart iPhone. The data, when we release that out, may tell us something completely different, okay? I may even just delete this part, so don't worry about this too much. Target platform would be YouTube, Reddit. Platform behavior, research-oriented, YouTube for deep dives, saves healing clips. The surface problem, read that.
They feel a real calling to a bigger purpose, but every path feels vague and they keep delaying the first step. So are you asking me for feedback or agreement?
Feedback on how the agent filled in the information.
It sounds pretty good to me so far.
Read everything.
Okay. Core pain. They cannot commit to a direction because they are afraid of choosing wrong, wasting time, or missing the real purpose. So they stay stuck in planning and consuming inspiration. Deeper wound. They do not trust their own inner authority, so they outsource clarity to endless research, spiritual content, or other people's frameworks. That sounds good. They choose one grounded purpose, direction, and take a small, real first step this week that builds self-trust and momentum. Main content. You don't need a 10-year plan. You need a 7-day purpose experiment. If your calling stays spiritual, it stays optional. The fear isn't choosing wrong. The fear is choosing and being seen.
Okay. Language that they speak.
I feel like I'm meant for something, but I can't name it. I'm scared I'll choose the wrong path. I've heard so much content, but I'm still stuck. I need something practical that feels spiritual. I keep starting and stopping. I want clarity without burning out. I don't trust myself to decide. Pain. They want a clear purpose, direction they can act on this week without burning out or choosing the wrong life. Content. A simple, grounded clarity process. Name the tension. Pick 1 day, 7-day experiment. Commit publicly or with accountability. Reflect and iterate, plus scripts and prompts that turn intuition.
Okay, good. Done. Okay. For a first, so remember, this was generated by AI. Okay?
It sounds aligned.
Okay.
It
good.
sounds good.
Okay, now the next one, same thing.
Creator.
Nope. We're just gonna look at the cohort, creator, entrepreneur, Gen Z, age range 22 to 28, UK potentially, target London, non-binary, target platforms, TikTok, Instagram, platform behavior. They scroll the short form, they follow influencers, escapism. Now go.
Surface problem. They feel stuck in a fog of options. Too many paths, too much information, no clear, this is my thing. So they keep consuming instead of building. They are terrified of wasting their life, but every choice feels like closing doors. So they stay in analysis, comparison, and trend chasing without committing to a real direction. Yeah, I can feel that. Deeper wound. They do not believe their own desire is valid unless it looks impressive, profitable, or socially approved. So purpose becomes performance instead of a felt truth. Desire transformation. They identify a simple, felt, aligned direction and take one small public building step that creates momentum and reduces overthinking. If you need 10 more videos to feel clear, you're avoiding the decision.
Okay, we can skip that.
Okay.
Language.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my life. Everything sounds good, so nothing feels real. I'm scared I'll waste my 20s. That's like my own talk when I was in my 20s. I keep changing my mind. I want clarity, but I don't trust my own decisions. I'm behind everyone. I want to start, but I don't know where. I need a sign. That sounds like me in my 20s. Pain, desire. They want clarity on a direction that feels real to them, so they can start building without spiraling. Content they need that I can give. A low pressure clarity to action system. Name the felt pull. Choose 1 to 14 day build theme. Publish or ship 1 tiny artifact per day. Review signals and refine, plus scripts to stop comparison, make decisions. That sounds really simple.
Yeah, okay. So now, if we just literally did that over and over and over again, okay? So let's do that another time. We're going to do that a total of 2 more times here. And I'm going to see if this Notion AI is arguing with me.
How does it sound to you, what I just read?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, and this is where I think it's just it's futile now. So if I guarantee you, if I go to a new chat here, let's actually do this.
It's not doing what you want it to do.
Exactly. So I'm going to start up a new chat. Okay. There are blank properties, blank. Okay, let it do that. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You see, and again, it says I checked all 53 rows in what? No. No, that's not what I told you to do, comma. I need you to check only the rows in this database that I have linked to you. Period. How many are there? And which of these have a blank entry for supported about me source, relation property, question mark. Okay. Okay. Now we've got 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1,179. By the end of this should take maybe up to 35, 40 credits or more. Okay, good. New cohort. Okay, done. So now the next thing is, let's look at this one. So the cohort segment is faith-based, Gen X, age range 40 to 50 in the US, Austin, Texas, female, so they may be on YouTube and Reddit. Platform behavior could be that they're research oriented, they save healing clips, they use YouTube for stress, anxiety relief. Read the surface problem.
They have had real spiritual openings, but they still feel scattered and inconsistent in daily life. So purpose stays conceptual instead of lived. Core pain, they feel like they should be more aligned by now, but everyday stress, family demands, and old patterns keep pulling them back, creating guilt and confusion. Deeper wound, they fear their spiritual experiences were not real, or that they cannot be trusted to lead their own life, so they keep searching for external permission and certainty. Desire transformation, they integrate their spiritual insight into a clear calling statement and a simple daily practice that turns awakening into direction and self-trust.
Okay, done. So now clearly we've done a few of these examples, okay? So I've run the agent a couple of times. You now have a few examples as to how this thing works, right? Okay. Now, this is how we create cohorts, okay? Again, I'm not a marketing expert, But if this is basically how it is, all we're doing is just creating a system to just produce cohorts at scale. That's the idea. Now, right now, this is all in the hypothesis phase. We're not testing any of this just yet. But the next thing after that, okay, we have already the platform and culture database where we already know these are different social media platforms. It's not just YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. You've got Facebook, LinkedIn, Mastodon, Pinterest, Quora, Snapchat, Threads, Blue Sky. I don't know if Discord necessarily counts as a social media platform, but there's the other option there. You have the discovery services, the culture, what the culture is like, okay, and what that basically means. Blue Sky has a certain vibe to it. Let's see here.
I never heard of this.
Yep. This is Blue Sky. It has an interface similar to X. And yeah, this is pretty much it, you know? So it's just another platform. It's just another social media platform. These are the creative units. So these are the native creative units of how this works. So you can do like a tweet / post, a thread, image post, whatever. I don't know if you can post up videos, but you can do that with YouTube, long form video, short form, live, community posts. Great. So we know that. Okay. We did not include email newsletter, or blog because that's not technically a social media platform. That's not, and that's our platform and we can decide how that goes. So that's that. So that's PAC, platform and culture. But then after that, we have to go down to the SOC production hub. And so all the work that we did today was basically leading us to here. It was leading us to this. Okay, so let's link the brand. Let's go to cohorts DB. Let's put up another formula. Right, because that's a roll up. Right, that would have to be yep, exactly. Cool. And you'll see that with Notion, there's a severe limitation with Notion. You cannot roll up a roll up. So that's why we're going to do this. And what we're going to do here is we're going to insert a property here. And we're going to upload a roll up here of the property of the formula. So linked brand. Nope. It's going to be the cohort with the brand formula. Okay. So there we go. So we have the formula of the brand here. So it's all there. Done. Okay. So now the idea is when we create a piece of content, we take the cohort we would take this cohort, for example, and we put that in here, and then the AI agent is going to just do the work for here, okay? So we're going to leave off there. I know that you had created cohorts. We're going to pick up where we left off last time, and that's basically how we create the cohorts. Remember, we have to create cohorts. When we're creating cohorts, we're not just saying, it's 5 cohorts and then it's done forever. That's not the idea. The idea is that we are testing and hypothesizing what it is that cohort cares about. Okay? So, like you'll see this with tarot, for example. With tarot reading stuff, you may see like I wouldn't have, again, this was in 2017, 2018. when you work with tarot stuff, you're going to target a majority woman. Maybe like 20% of your audience is male, but the majority is female, right? I didn't know that because I'm not from that world. So I just started creating that content. But then you see how like you have, a majority of women watching your content. Okay. If you talk about like weightlifting and fitness or whatever, your majority target market is going to be more males. Okay. But they may be in a different part of the world. So they can be in UK, they can be in Spain, they can be in US. It doesn't matter. That's just demographic stuff. The psychographic is more of the conceptual, right? And also too, think about this. If you're talking about cohorts, right? If you're talking about cohorts, the kind of content you put out is going to speak directly to that specific cohort. So if you create content if you create videos and the video content is more grungy looking, you may get more males that are adults and they're in their 30s or 40s. Versus if you have someone creating fitness content using more excited language and they have a more like kid-like soft energy to them, you may find that the people consuming fitness content for that brand would be more kids. Do you understand that? So therefore, the kind of content that you create, the content format needs to speak to that specific cohort. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't okay, if we were going to do the life purpose of cartoon show, you create the cartoon, you would not be surprised to see kids between the ages of 8 and 15 or 8 and 10 consuming that content. Versus if we have a podcast where it's us talking, we may find that we're going to have more adults consuming the content and not kids between the ages of 8 and 10. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So therefore, when we're creating the cohorts, we have to understand how the cohorts would interact with the piece of content and what would they consume. Mm. So if we are going to create content for 40 to 50-year-olds, the messaging and the way we speak is going to be completely different from how we speak to an 8 to 10-year-old, where you have to use different words. You understand? Even with Gen Z or Generation Alpha, I don't know what generation it is, but using the term cooked, I don't know what the fuck that means. I still don't know what that means. I don't know. What does it mean to be cooked? Does it mean like you're screwed, you're fucked? I don't know. But that's what I would say in my generation. Oh, damn it, I'm fucked. Versus someone might say you're cooked. I'm cooked. I don't know what that means. Gary Vee, when he says I'm cooked or go cook, he basically means like get to work. I don't know if that's a Generation Alpha or Generation Z term, but that's how that is. That's how that would work, right? So there's the term that you were not familiar with earlier, self-concept. I don't know what that means either. But I guarantee you that there's a specific demographic of people that speak that language. So if you are creating content and you say things like, so I understood that my self-concept was da-da-da-da-da-da-da, you will probably very likely find that the people that are going to continue to watch that content are of that specific cohort, which are of that specific demographic, which are of that specific target generation. That's why we're doing the cohort stuff the way we are doing it. But you're not going to know until you put out enough content and see what's resonating with that specific cohort. Mm-hmm. So if we're saying your offer is very specific to a specific set of people, so how you speak to that set of people is going to be very different. You understand? Mm-hmm. How you speak to a certain set of people is going to be very different. It just culturally and everything. So that's why we need to identify as many cohorts as possible, speak the languages that are applicable to them and the slang term that they use, etc. Because from there, you will understand what is the slang that they use, what are the words that they use. I remember growing up in Brooklyn, $100, some people from the hood, right, from the hood would be like a buck, right? And I remember for me how cringe it was and how awkward it was, like for the aunt to be using the term a buck when she's like in her 40s and she's trying to be like, fucking like she's 20 or something like this. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at her, I'm thinking, you're fucking old. Like, why are you using that term? Like, just say $100, But that's the thing though, with certain people in certain generations is, it's going to speak to certain audiences. We have to understand that. So that's why we did what we did today.
Mm-hmm.
And when we come back next week, we're going to look at your cohorts. We're going to look at hopefully by then, I don't know if I'm going to take a break this week or not. I'm still undecided, but if I do work, hopefully by then I will have a much more polished cohort production database, or a SOC, strategic organic content production hub, so that we can see actual scripts that have been generated by the agent for you to use. And again, remember, so a content format, as we saw with the Gary Vee book, could be in different forms. It could be someone just like literally on the phone with the thing close to them. It could be a AI video generated overlay, whatever. The content format also speaks to that specific cohort or that specific audience. So we have to understand that. So the more that we do content formats, if let's say we just do something like this, where it's just us speaking to the camera, don't be surprised if you get more adults, or you get more people that prefer low dopamine stimulated content, which could be perfect because that's who you're trying to go for. So you may find that it's going to be even better for you to just literally create content where you're just talking to the camera. So content format could be just a talking head thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or you may find that your cohort appreciates more when you use overlays and you take more time to edit your videos or something like this. That's how you'll know that, you're speaking to that cohort.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of playing with it. Do you have any questions?
Is there a homework?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense what we did today?
Yes.
Okay. So do you see how now everything kind of like flows in? Because now the thing is, with the social media, obviously you're not getting more traction on that one piece of content that got 27,000 views. It stopped basically. Correct?
It's at 30,000 views.
It got 30,000, but it didn't get more. It's
No, it still does get views every single day.
But not as much as it did before in the first 24 to 48 hours,
right.
correct? Okay. So again, it's getting pushed down. In social media, content, when it gets produced, it goes from the top, and then as new content comes in, it gets pushed down, the older ones.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with YouTube. Newer content is at the top, older content is at the bottom. That gets buried over time, especially in search engines and social media. So what do you have to do? If at some point your content starts getting the reach that it was originally getting, it's decaying now. It's becoming irrelevant. It's becoming outdated. So you have to constantly stay relevant. You stay relevant by creating content. You create content that people want to consume. And that's why we need to have an engine, a system for creating content at scale that does not burn us out, that does not fucking drive us crazy, and that we can just literally have an arts and crafts day, schedule it throughout the week, and then don't have to check social media. You come back, you check the comments, PCS, and then you reiterate the next loop of content.
Yeah, that's like the metaphor of everything in life is either growing or it's decaying, it's dying, right?
Mm-hmm. So that's what we want to do, right? So that's why we're doing all this, because we want to get to the point where we're creating content at scale, whether it's AI video generated content, whether it's you speaking to the camera content, whether it's us using even just these little cuts and edits that we're doing here, right? With the thing, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's our goal, is to create the best piece of content that we can possibly create with the resources that we have. And we can do that if we properly train an agent to handle all the mundane logistical things for us. That's the idea. Because creating scripts, that takes a significant amount of time. And ultimately what you're doing, what I think you would be doing, is you want to make sure that you're speaking directly to the person that you're trying to create the content for. And the only way that I see that you would do that is by having an idea of your avatar, which is your cohort. So you want to ultimately know who you're speaking to, why you're speaking to them, what kind of language do they use, what do they care about, what do they give a shit about, what can you help them with, and you're not full of shit. Because in this world, people have gotten really smart, and there are so many people that are trying to sell you stuff that they're going to just tune out the bullshit. So we have to make sure that we come prepared to talk about what we know how to talk about, especially if we want to build a brand long term. You're not going to be talking about things that you don't know about. I have no interest in cleaning a house. Maybe someone else does, and that's their interest, but I have no interest in that. I don't think you do either, but you have an interest in cooking, right? Maybe that's another interest, but you got to figure out what's aligned with you, talk about what's aligned with you, and then put it out there and see who resonates, what content over indexes, and then figure out how to replicate that higher converting piece of content. And then that's when we do the ads. Mm-hmm. Ads that amplify, because we want to figure out who is resonating with the content, from what area, from what part of the world, and we want to create ads, amplify the piece of content to that area, to that demographic, to capture more of that attention. Mm-hmm. That's why we want to do that. All right. So it's a ecosystem. It's a constant thing that we have to be feeding into, basically. All right. That's it.
Do we have a plan already for next Sunday?
I just told you we're going to look at your cohorts.
Okay.
Okay. And then after that, hopefully I would have the SOC Production Hub agent producing really accurate and tailored content, which means I'm intending to have templates. But if I don't come up with something for next week, okay, I don't know if you have anything in particular that you want to talk about for next week, but then after this is pretty much just, you have to create content, drive traffic to your email newsletter, because that's your only asset. And once you have a certain amount of people that are interested in actually what you have to offer, then you can do the workshop. Mm-hmm. Maybe you could even try seeing if people want to do a workshop now, and you know, getting your outline for your workshop, which you already have. But after that, maybe you could talk about...
Well, the workshop still needs some refinement, like before I actually deliver it.
No. If you want to challenge yourself, you basically set a date. When are we going to do the workshop? So maybe that could even be something for next week. When do you want to do your first workshop? And start putting out emails. Start emailing people and using that email newsletter and making use of that email newsletter and figuring out if people are interested in that. Mm. Okay. And I know that may sound uncomfortable, but we're not going to do that thing where we're waiting. We're just going to put it out there and then just go every step as we go along.
Yeah.
Questions?
So you're saying for the livepurpose.com email newsletter, I could already make the people aware that we are planning to host a workshop?
No, you're not going to do that just yet unless you have a confirmed date. If you don't have a confirmed date, you're just wasting your breath.
Okay. But you just said you can see if people are actually interested.
You already have people to your email newsletter. It doesn't make sense to be like, hey, we're going to have a workshop.
Yeah.
Okay. And when is the date of the workshop? What is it for? What I'm saying is we want to create content, get people to the email newsletter, let them know that we have a workshop coming up. Okay. Let them know you got a workshop coming up. And then from there, they sign up to the email newsletter. Then you say, okay, we're going to have a workshop on June 1st, 2026. We're going to have a workshop. If you want to come in, here is the registration. And make sure you get signups to that. So that means we may need a second newsletter inside of the Ghost Substack, inside of the Ghost Stack.
Okay. And we are also intending to continue working on the workshop and everything that we need for it on the Sunday live streams. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So basically what we're going to do here is, moving forward, is once we identify some of the cohorts, we're going to look at your cohorts next week. We're going to have at least like 10 to 15 cohorts to start off with. We want to have the SOC Production Hub creating content. I definitely want us to get like an in-video thing and create AI-generated content that overlays, test out different content types, see what works, and then accelerate that process, get people to the email newsletter, and let people start knowing, hey, this is the first confirmed date, right, of when we're going to have this workshop, this free workshop. You're going to deliver a lot of value, and it's going to be good. And I'm already starting to see people already copying that model. Basically, they're not doing webinars anymore. They're basically doing, hey, do this. Or we're having a 5-day live workshop event. I'm already seeing this in the ads. So we want to have something like that as well. I guess that's the trend for right now. They may not be applicable in a couple of months from now. That's fine. And we get people to the workshop. From the workshop, give them the offer. Here's how you're going to roll.
Okay.
So on and so forth. Okay?
Thank you so much for today.
You're welcome. I hope today was valuable.
Yeah.
All right.